for today, Monday, February 2nd, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We're coming out of a very healing full moon energy. I personally, I know I've got a biased opinion, but I personally really love Leo full moon energy. It's effectively, and especially a Leo full moon in Aquarius. It's a conversation that talks to us about heart-led approaches that allow us to move towards the direction of our dreams. And it talks a lot about the bravery that's energetically required when it requires us to do that work. It's never easy working towards manifestation goals, be them in our personal life or the relationships that we're trying to build in our experiences. But that's why we have to effectively be able to face things with a sense of bravery. And it's also the recognition and understanding that confidence is effectively just what one does in the face of our fear. Right? A conversation of Leo full moon in Aquarius is often the observation of understanding and recognizing that the misconception of confidence is the modality by which one feels energetically assured of something. Surety is never guaranteed, but when we are able to effectively navigate and understand ourselves and even the anxieties and fears that we bring towards things, we understand that fear in a certain way is healthy because it articulates and recognizes what it is that we energetically care about and why something is so important. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles, and specifically and particularly for the energy in solitude right now. For a lot of those relationships, one of the things that we noticed that happened recently was a new relationship cycle that was opening up. This seems to be occurring ever since we experienced that Capricorn full moon energy that we had around January 18th of this year. Now, those relationships are effectively working through world card issues, which again, lessons that we can effectively identify that are associated with the world card in the tarot. It's a continuation of understanding the invested effort that we do in terms of building a healthy relationship with ourselves that allows the possibility of a healthy relationship outside of ourselves. When we are able to effectively feel centered, right? When we find that feeling of centering within ourselves, it becomes a force of stability, not only in the life that we ourselves are trying to maintain, but in the life of those that experience the world with us. So we see that this could be a lot of energy that is either working in a space of solitude right now, building into grounding practices, trying to do the work to find their bliss, recognizing that if we don't find our bliss, there's no relationship in the world that brings bliss to us, right? Often the space by which we understand healthy relationship is, I like to call it like BYOJ, bring your own joy, right? We bring that joy with us. And when we find the healthy relationship, it's beautiful because that sense of joy expands in relationality to what it is that we're building with. And we also see that there could potentially be relationships right now that are articulating upon this, potentially even navigating, coming into relationship with the sense of healthy trepidation. The energetic caution that we bring to things in relationality to being able to articulate not only how we're trying to do something, but the force of intention that often articulates and amplifies the care that we bring forth with the work that we do. Now, this also is coming through for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into connection right now. And those are effectively the moon relationships. These are relationships that were focusing on the lessons of the moon card as they were coming into union, specifically during the time period of January 18th through September 6th of 2025. For a lot of these relationships, this could be a time where the relationship finally feels like it's reaching a point of stability or peace. One of the things I want to focus on with some of these relationships is they were coming together during a very intense retrograde cycle. There were more planets in retrograde than there were out. So having to come into union at a time where there may have been a lot of experiences that were happening, that were energetically triggering, right? We had Chiron and Eris both in retrograde in really close proportionality to each other, which can often feel situations that are coincidental, that feel very similar to actual intentional trauma that occurred to the self in past experiences. We see that this is a time of potentially building into the healthy fabric of relationship, right? Learning, understanding, and learning one another in order to deepen, intensify partnership. And it's not that everything is to talk more about the past by which they effectively experienced something. But the beauty that we see in these relationships is this is the energy that really understands and recognizes that peace is not something that we expect in relationship. Peace is something that we openly, actively work towards as it relates to the invested effort that we bring towards one another. This brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union right now, and those are the relationships that we're focusing on temperance lessons. That was the card that was effectively working through those energetic cycles that were coming together between the time of the solstice period of this summer, June 20th of 2025, up until March 14th of 2025 last year. Now, a lot of these relationships, one of the things that we see that may be happening right now is it's a very, very interesting breakthrough and expansion time. And why are we seeing that this could be a time of breakthroughs and expansion? Because some of these relationships, what we're effectively identifying as occurring is having to effectively navigate or come across a learned trigger, something that one effectively had to create within the self at a time by which it did not feel energetically safe to be one's authentic version of self. These triggers can often be very, very difficult to remove because it's the same thing that may have kept one able to maintain a relationship that did not necessarily feel like one could accommodate being within it, right? Building those barriers or walls within the self. And so a lot of the energy being able to observe those blind spots, the ability of being in a healthy relationship that helps one see oneself with more clarity, is allowing the possibility of being able to start to disassemble or work into the space of slowly removing those energetic triggers. But it might be triggering even in the context of them doing so, because it's often the modality of the past version of self that rises up, that feels that protectiveness in relationality to holding on to something that may not necessarily feel like it's the healthiest for the present version of self, but was very important to a past version of self. But for across all of these energetic frequencies, what we really see that is happening right now is this is a time of healthy grounding and leading forth with compassion. It's also a reminder, one of the things that we always want to be very conscientious about, and I want to point this out with so many planets that we also have in Aquarius during Aquarius season, it can sometimes create that feeling of getting a little turned around or energetically confused. There may be feelings like a lot of things happening at once. Make sure that you don't get too far ahead of oneself, right? Take things in practical, proportional approaches, and if something feels too overwhelming, break it into smaller pieces. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you over to my Stack because this is the last week to be able to enroll in our special retreat that will be happening this August. I would like to invite you to join me as we travel to Italy, the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, to learn more about the cards and the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. Everyone who participates in that retreat program will not only be receiving one-on-one class training with me, but will also be eligible in receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to use that trip most effectively moving towards your personal tarot goals. You can find all of the information for that trip over on my tree that has links in it in my bio or over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special class, our next tarot class, which will be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards of the Sword Suite. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it, and you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class program and the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally and we will study where you are on your tarot journey. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would still encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one this week on navigating this full moon energy. You can find over there now. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very, very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I am also happy to offer for those students that are seeking a more consistent tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey on a budget. And I'm very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming through towards you in the dream space. But I'm also interested in knowing how this particular full moon has affected you. So make sure that you comment, maybe put a word in the comment that feels like your activation word for this full moon energy. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you want to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. And further, if you get on the list today, you will be the first person on the list, and the first person on the list today will always receive an additional card in their reading. Welcome, Stephanie. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Thank you for joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. And also a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Further, those who are members over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership will also entitle you to a free 1 card. Anyone who becomes a super fan or a member immediately gets a free 1 card. So I encourage you to do that there. And if you already are a super fan, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs if you'd like to have that animal spirit guide card today on top of your 1 card reading. How are you doing today, Papa Purr? So good to see you today. And Pelin, thank you for joining us. Lisa, thank you for joining us as well. Minnie, thank you for getting the #2 viewer badge today. And Minnie, you got the #1 viewer badge as well. I was the first like today. Well done, Minnie. Grand Rising K. So good to see you guys. Guys, make sure to give a greeting to our mod K. So good to see you, dear. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And BOJ, I love it. Thank you as well. I'm doing good. I'm finding some more of these days. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Jen, Grand Rising. That's wonderful. So good to see you, Kay. Hope you've been well. Nikki, thank you for that adorable star. How are you doing today? You're eating ice cream. Sign me up. I'm here for it. Denise, Grand Rising as well. It's been a minute. How have you been, me dear? And just a reminder to anybody who'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the first person read for. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, go ahead and let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Thank you, Sweet D, for those heart puffs. I appreciate you. Okay. Yes, definitely feeling that. Lots of confusion and millions of tasks currently. Break out those lists. Take a lesson from the last full moon, right? Bring some of the Capricorn energy into Aquarius season, okay? Bring the Capricorn energy into Aquarius season. Pull the Capricorn energy into Aquarius season. You'll thank me, okay? I promise you'll thank me. I found the gluten-free, dairy-free cookies. Ooh, that sounds wonderful. Oh my goodness. Yes, but here's the thing. When I was in Australia, you guys were like gluten-free, like way ahead of the curve. You guys were like on it when I was there. Yeah, everything I could have hoped for. I've got to learn how to make it myself. Same here. I haven't been able to enjoy it again until now. Sending you support on that journey, Minnie. And again, if you guys have advice or tips on that and you are one of our super fans, make sure to go post it in the remedy section. I feel like that's where we could post it. Do we have a recipe section? I can't remember. Are we able to send the brand? Yeah, you can absolutely in the disco. Yeah, put it in the disco. Don't put it here. Thank you as well, Kay. Absolutely. The moon is slowly grounding through the chaos, but that's what we can expect. This is what I mean. Here's the thing, Leo and Aquarian energy work well together. The new moon coming up in Aquarius is going to get real surreal, you know, but for now, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. We'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's just focus on the full moon in Leo for now, okay? Let's just focus on the full moon in Leo for now. Thank you as well, Kay. Grand Rising, Julia. Grand Rising, Nambuere. Good to see you today, dear. Denise, I'm good. You're so welcome, dear. So glad to hear that. I'm still on the moon. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for becoming a member of my fan club. Absolutely. Grand Rising Per. Good to see you guys. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started. And thank you, Mary, for the follow. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Just a reminder, the list is currently open. If you want to secure a nice spot on the list today, now is a great time to get on the list. So, and anybody who gets on the list right now, the first person on the list will always have a free card included in their reading. Yeah, there's always, hold on a minute. That sounded a little ominous, and we're gonna get to it. It's gonna be fine. We got some good stuff happening right now. Some other good stuff that's happening that's nice right now is we've also got Uranus. Uranus is also coming out of retrograde. We're gonna be talking a lot about that because that's like things picking up. Things picking up. But the thing is, it's like things picking up. It's gonna be a lot of things moving very quickly. A lot of moving parts. How are you doing today, Stephanie? I have to admit, dear, I'm having a little bit of a hard time understanding what you're trying to communicate in your comments over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you want to clarify a little bit in relationality to whether you're seeking information, is that something that you wanted to have a reading on? It sounds like you're looking for an energetic read as it relates to individuals that are in your experience. I'm happy to do an energetic read for you on someone if you feel like somebody's coming towards you in a confusing fashion. In order to have a personal reading, all you need to do is get on the reading list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-members over on the place where we keep the videos. Now, if you become a member, it becomes 4 cards for $23. I hope that helps. Thank you. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and we do private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. How are you doing today, Steve? Again, as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for a personal reading, I'd happy to read for you on that energetic connection. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective read, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? And just a reminder to anybody joining us today, we've got a giveaway. The highest gifter will also be receiving a free reading. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, February 2nd, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update. We're going to be starting right now with masculine energy. We have a stray card that we're going to be utilizing to read for masculine that was sitting at the bottom of the Aquarian Tarot deck. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the masculine headspace, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. We've got 3 cards out for masculine headspace. 1 is upright, the other 2 are covered. First card we are starting our day off with today is the 2 of Swords in its upright, in combination with our 2 of Cups in its upright, in combination with our 3, the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. A lot of 2 energy that we're currently seeing in the masculine headspace. And we don't mind seeing 2 energy when it comes to doing work in the realm of relationship. This is a lot of the work of the masculine that we see is gravitating into a lot of these world relationships. The recognition and understanding that the way that we effectively work to heal relationship is being able to effectively embody what we hope to seek to find in it. Right? And this is effectively a lot of the masculine that we see is doing that important work in being able to heal from the lack space mentality by which we build lackluster relationships. I'm going to say that again. The lack mentality creates lackluster relationships. Why? Because the desire for the ineffable is effectively the result of not healing from the birth wound, right? We are effectively arrive here with a keening desire for something that we cannot name. And the reason we have that keening desire for something that we cannot name is that is what effectively keeps us sustained when we first arrive into experience, right? When we navigate the space by which we don't understand what we need, but we know that we need it desperately, where we actually scream for it, we recognize that this is the initial birth wound. And the hard part about this is we never effectively shed it entirely. The desire for the energetic ineffable also effectively connects us back to spirit. But when we recognize the quality and condition by which we experience that, we don't project that wound into our relationships, but we work to better understand ourselves through it. So a lot of the work that we see that the masculine is effectively doing with a lot of this heavy 2 energy is built upon and based upon the feeling of coming into a state or space of energetic stability, because it's a continuation of the understanding that when we find our energetic bliss, we bring that bliss into relationships. If you don't feel that sense of inner bliss, there's no relationship on the planet that's going to create it for you, because you're the person entering the relationship, right? If you're miserable outside a partnership, there isn't a single solitary relationship in experience that is going to remove that feeling of energetic misery. But that's why we work into the space of finding our energetic stability, because that stabilized experience allows the context of being able to amplify that feeling once we enter partnership. So I see a lot of the masculine energy that is working upon embodying that work. And I feel like a lot of it is energetically proportional. And this is why, right? This is why a lot of the masculine is doing a lot of work to reconnect to their emotions, right? And I like to see this right now because it's a continuation. And this is often what we see with Leo full moon and Aquarius energy. One of the difficulties that we often experience with Aquarian energy is the recognition point that it's far easier to learn how to disassociate than to be able to sit within the realms of the feelings. And disassociating is not strength, right? When we feel like we energetically disassociate, it feels like we can't navigate the full breadth of our emotions. And when we recognize that the best relationship you'll ever experience will make you feel things that you've never experienced before, then we understand that it is vital. It is absolutely necessary and vital to be able to sit it within one's emotions, because that is what fortifies, right? That is what we mean by stoicism, right? The ability to effectively experience, like sit in the density of one's emotions and not let them energetically distort your own ability to function within them. But I keep on getting, for a lot of this energy, it's heavy lifting. And it may even be like letting go and releasing frustration in experiences of the past that made the masculine feel that the only way that they could enter into their masculinity was if they were to disassociate from their emotions, right? That's the masculine that sees the understanding that masculinity is not about splitting. It's about coming into a holistic space, right? It's being able to feel the sum of the self and feeling energetically complete there. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And for feminine energy right now, in the headspace of feminine, we're going to definitely be using the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, because one of these cards fell straight to the floor. It was the 3 of Wands in its upright, in combination with, we've got here the Page of Cups in its upright. And we also have here the Strength card in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing that's happening right now for feminine energy? We see, and I want to point this out, I like to see the connectivity point between a lot of 2s being in the masculine space and then immediately moving into 3s in the feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. This is a lot of the feminine energy that is working and continuing to do that important work and understanding what it means, being able to feel the sense of energetic stabilization in terms of feeling the confidence within the self, right? And this is a conversation on finding confidence as it relates to relationship. And I need to stress this. I feel like there's something really important for some of the feminine energy doing this work. And I think that a lot of it has to do, and it's interesting because I keep on getting that there's something happening in the feminine headspace via the point of context in recognizing the alienation that often comes with being in a stable, healthy, grounded, energetic mentality, right? And we talk about this. We have conversations in relationality to this. Like, when you work towards healing yourself, prepare to be able to navigate solitude, right? Prepare to be in the space of being able to feel good with one's own energy. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, that ability or that understanding of feeling energetically good with ourselves or working through the space of feeling energetically balanced is letting go of the false premise, right? Letting go of the false premise of comparison, right? Because I keep on getting the universe, if love is active listening, then the universe is constantly paying attention to what it is that we're trying to achieve. So what happens in the modality by which we're trying to be perfect, right? If we look to a universe that's always active listening and we say to the universe, I want to be perfect, what is the universe going to deliver to us? Competition, right? It's the way that you effectively ask for things that allows the ability in terms of how you perceive it. So it's a continuation of being energetically conscientious in relationality to how we speak upon ourselves. Because it's that continuation, it's that energetic vibration, the modality and the experience by which we are effectively energetically paying attention to what it is that we're energetically asking for, will often frame the context of how it appears we energetically receive something. And this is why it's so important, right? This is why it's so important that we work towards our own exquisite, right? Because when we're working to understand ourselves more, we start to alleviate and to heal from the sense of energetic comparison. If you are unique, why would you ever be comparing yourself to anything, right? But often energy that wants you to effectively fit into a template will try to articulate comparison as the way to make one feel like one is not effectively coming towards oneself in the way that one expects. But this is why we see that that ability to be able to effectively I keep wondering, finding the footing on the self, recognizing and understanding one's own energetic points of strength, right? I feel like this is beautiful because it's a lot of the feminine that works upon, right? And I keep wondering, they're working upon healing any controlling tendencies as it relates to moving towards manifestation goal and healthy relationship. Because the work that we do when we move towards healthy manifestations is we understand and identify that the control that we're trying to achieve is the control within ourselves, right? The ability of effectively doing something and refining upon something in an even more beautiful way. And so I feel like that's beautiful because what I'm seeing here is almost feminine, not saying, why aren't I perfect? But saying almost to the self, how can I be more beautiful in how I move towards a manifestation goal, right? How can I create that sense of energetic beauty? Because when we think about a manifestation as a flourishing process, then the modality that we effectively experience it isn't the modality by which we get frustrated and say, where is it? Why isn't it happening? But how can I make it grow, right? So we've got a lot of that energy there that's working through that, particularly and especially as it relates to relationship or healthy partnership. And this is why I see that this is a lot of the feminine energy that is getting better at articulating upon what it is that they're hoping to seek and find in partnership. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for the non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the headspace of non-binary energy right now for these cards. I just want to point something out right now. I have drawn these. You guys are watching me read. You guys are watching me read. All of the cards that we've started today's reading on have been on the floor, which I don't mind, because that's what I'm not surprised to see that, because here's the thing about it. Leo energy is dense stuff. It's very, Aquarian is very light. Leo is very dense. I would not be surprised if you're dropping things or things feel more slippery right now. Not realizing how heavy things are is also important right now. So again, don't be rushing through things right now. This is not the time to be rushing through things, because it's like a little bit of energetic effort can go a long way. Not being heavy-handed. Okay. We've got here the Three of Pentacles in its upright. We've got here, and two more. That was the one. Okay, so we got a lot of three energy coming through again. We've also got the Seven of Pentacles in its upright. And we also have the 10 of Pentacles in its upright. So it's a lot of pentacle energy right now in non-binary. And I like to see, like, here's the thing. I don't mind seeing a lot of pentacle energy right now in the space of non-binary energy, because it is, I feel like there's something important that I see is happening right now for non-binary energy that says thoughts mean nothing without action, right? Like the idea is like the idea breathe is life is breathed into ideas through the context of activation, right? It's not enough to have the ideas, but the ability to effectively articulate and apply, right? I keep on hearing apply knowledge. And I think that this is really important. Why am I hearing the words applied knowledge to the non-binary headspace? Because I feel like this is energy that has often been hurt by philosophical relationship. And what do I mean by philosophical relationship? Energy that was working through the fantasy of relationship instead of the energetic reality of what was happening. And we always have to be very conscientious about that, right? We have to be very conscientious about that because there's like, and this is what we can recognize with like, this is often what we see. I'm not surprised to see this type of energy when we're going through Aquarius season because this is always the note, like this is always the note I need to give whenever we're going through Aquarian energy or whenever we're going into Pisces, okay? And I'm just gonna, this is a public service announcement to all Aquarians and all Pisceans, okay? I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, okay? Reality is not the place where your dreams get unalived, okay? And the reason I have to say that is because we often see that this is something that Pisceans and Aquarians need to heal from, right? The distaste in watching a dream come to life because it's the modality of understanding, right? The dream space, it's nice up there, right? Everything is energetically perfect in the dream space. Everything is exactly as one aspires it to be, but nothing exists there, right? Everything lives there, nothing exists there. Existence is messy, okay? Existence is often the modality by which we work towards energetically refining upon things. And the thing is, I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like this has happened to a lot of non-binary energy in the relationship of, again, working. And what happens when someone's too much in their fantasy, right? When someone lives too much in their fantasy realm, right? Then they get the reality, right? You get the reality of what it actually feels like to move towards something, right? And then they navigate it with a sense of distaste, right? They energetically pull away from it. And this is often what we understand. Like this is, and I want to point this out, and this is important because one of the questions that I am often asked as an educator and as a reader is how to tell the difference between intuition and delusion. Okay? And this is effectively the calibration point. I want to show you that, right? Because intuition, when you follow intuition, it leads to an energetic miracle, right? It's the modality of being able to move towards something. And then as you move towards it, it opens up in an even greater way than you possibly could imagine, right? And this is how we often utilize the discernment point between recognizing between intuition and energetic delusion. But how can we often tell that we're in a space of delusion? The modality by which we articulate that we aspire for something here, and then when we receive it here, we identify that we don't like it, right? That it's not what we energetically expected or intended, right? And that feeling, right? Like that feeling of incorrectness, right? That feeling of the distortion point between what we imagine something will feel like as we're experiencing it in here, because the brain is really bad at navigating pain versus what it actually feels like. When we have a disparity between this and this, that is the calibration of what an actual delusion is. So I feel like that is a lot of the energy that often works through those modalities or experiences by way or by means of recognizing and identifying, right, the wounds that we we experience in navigating one another's energetic delusions, right? And those are never easy. And this is why we talk about, like, this is why we do the heavy work of building into energetic integrity, right? Because when we're in a space of integrity, we say what we mean and we mean what we say. And we're energetically patient as we navigate and give each other the modality of that integrity. And so I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that is happening right now for a lot of the non-binary energy, right? They're working into integrated partnerships by being able to ascertain and recognize energetic integrity. And what's beautiful about integrity, and I feel like it's a word that we need to bring back, it's the modality, and this is what we identify with, the modality by which what we articulate and what we do feels very conducive, right? They're very much in proportionality to alignment. So we've got a lot of that energy there. And I feel like in a certain way, this is a lot of the energy that I keep on hearing. They work to embody it so that they themselves can also recognize it, right? It's not just something that they demand from those outside of the self, but something that they're constantly calibrating for. Now, this brings us back towards masculine energy. And for the heart space of masculine right now, we are going to be reading into, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of masculine right now. 3 cards, please, for the heart space of masculine. 3 cards. We've got here the Page of Swords in its reversal. We've got here the Fool card in its reversal. And we also have here the King of Pentacles in its upright. So this is interesting too, because this is also, I'm not surprised to hear the word integrity coming up, especially with like that. Here's the thing with it's that full moon, man. It's that Leo full moon. There's a lot of integrity that we see that's happening right now for a lot of the masculine headspace. And I think that what's important right now, heart space. And one of the things that I want to see, that we see, is it takes a lot of bravery to move with energetic integrity, right? Integrity is what you do when nobody's looking, right? That's the other thing about integrity. Integrity is who you are when nobody's energetically gazing upon the self. And that's what's beautiful about it, right? Because, and this is what we talk about in relationality to, and this is what's beautiful, right? I want you to understand, and sometimes, and this is the best way you know the modality by which you recognize someone with integrity, the space by which you articulate, another person articulates something about someone, and you basically say that person would never do that. Hard stop. You know, the modality by which you understand the comprehensiveness of another in the modality by which you're able to understand and recognize, right? This is what we talk. You want to talk about masculinity, right? Like when we're talking about masculinity, that's energetic masculinity, right? It's not performative, right? And this is what I keep on getting that's so beautiful for a lot of that masculine energy that's doing that work, which is when we work on being integrated in our masculine, it does not become performative, right? It's not something being like, it's not like, I mean, like maybe at times, like that's fun too, because like, it is Leo energy, but it's the modality by which, right? The strength by which we move through an experience that constantly demands that we prove ourselves, but we constantly be able to hold into our center because we know who we are, right? And this is what I keep on seeing. And this is what's beautiful, right? Like this is the masculinity holding the star of the self within, right? Which is the modality of understanding that when we are truly in our masculinity, we don't need to prove our masculinity to anybody, right? Masculinity is patient. Masculinity is kind. Masculinity does not work to have to effectively hold the energetic line of being able to identify itself, because when you see it, you know it, and it's quiet strength, right? It's the energy of presence. And this is often what we come into. This is often what we talk about when we navigate Leo full moon, like Leo full moon energy, right? Because the moon is often the shadow space, but Leo is the sun. So we often get into the contemplation point of quiet strength when we're navigating a Leo full moon, right? What is actually strong? The strength that one cannot see, right? The strength that moves energetically quietly. And what do we call that? That is energy, that is serenity, right? So the true masculine energy is actually a very serene force, because when you find that energetic serenity within the self, you don't feel the activation in having to effectively prove it, right? You don't have to prove serenity. You don't need to prove serenity in every modality or action. And often you recognize that those that ask you to prove something lack it, right? That those who effectively ask you to prove something are often the energy that lacks it, because how can you prove something that you carry within you? And so I feel like that is a lot of the energy that is almost looking at masculinity and saying to themselves, how can I be the serene force, both in my own experience and in the life of those around me? Because when we feel the experience of building into other serenity, we become the energetic point of strength. So a lot of that energy I see is like, that is the maturation point that we identify and recognize in relationality to coming into that space of energetic wisdom. And I like to see these cards here. The Page of Swords in its reversal with the Fool card in its reversal is a continuation of a lot of the masculine energy healing those inner child wounds. And again, remembering inner child wound does not mean trying to heal something that happened to you when you were a kid. It's healing the version of yourself that thought that they knew everything. This is bringing us back into feminine energy right now. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We're going to be utilizing for the feminine right now the Tarot del Fuego, 3 cards for the heart space of feminine, please. We have here the 10 of Swords in its reversal. We have here the 8 of Wands in its reversal. And we also have here the Hierophant in its reversal. And I like, oh my gosh, this is like, this is some riotous stuff right here. But I want to say, like, it's in the best way possible. Because here's the thing about it. It's like, it's noisy energy is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it has a lot to do. Like, I would not be going around right now and asking any feminine energy to keep their voice down. Because, and I want to describe this. This is a lot of feminine energy that's continuing to understand and recognize, right, the modality of healing from energetic situations and circumstances by which others articulate, or I keep on hearing, feminine is so tired of the false illusion that the ideal feminine is seen and not heard, right? That's not a person, that's an object, is what I keep on hearing. Right? The modality, I keep on hearing, seen and not heard is often the modality by which another person experiences something that says, I want you to be a non-entity in my experience, please. And this is a lot of the feminine that's saying, you can go like that, your non-entity of what you expect feminine to be is an energetic fantasy and fallacy. Right? Because the modality of, right, the understanding, the energetic ego, right, the overactive ego exists in a space of delusion, right? And the energetic overactive ego exists in the space by which the ego does not feel the sense of especially desiring to be energetically challenged. But this is the thing about it. When you are in a space by which you are not able to navigate difficult situations, you are energetically weak, right? And the modality of understanding that the rigor that we put to things allows things to get stronger, right? I feel like this is a lot of the feminine energy that works very fundamentally into the understanding of the things that they are effectively holding that is energetically important. And this is the key point of that, right? It has to do with the realm of the feelings, right? It has to do with the realm of the feelings. As long as your feelings have healthy directions attached to them, and this is the hard thing about feelings that is often difficult to recognize, feelings don't fix anything unless feelings are mutual. If someone has the same feelings as you, anything is possible to heal. But if someone does not feel the same way as you, there is no amount of emotions that you can bring into an experience to change the experience. You are effectively only tolerating it. And this is what we see that a lot of the feminine energy is working through. The understanding of utilizing the recognition that our emotions build into positive discernment, and that our ability to express and communicate our emotions allow, and again, especially the rash, right? These are the three words, right? Right? The rational, reasonable, and sane emotions, right? The rational, reasonable, and sane emotions that we bring to situations. And how do we recognize that a fortified emotion is rational, reasonable, and sane, right? Rational, reasonable, and sane, which means it is something that makes sense. It is something that is proportional to what we ourselves would want to give to a situation, and it is sane in that, in fact, it is energetically logical. So long as our emotions and the things that the emotions are asking for are rational, reasonable, and sane, then those emotions become the shield to help us understand where we are energetically safe versus where we are not. And so this is a lot of the energy that is articulating and recognizing the ability to communicate it better upon those, right? Not holding it in, not harboring the rational, reasonable, and sane emotions, but being able to investigate the emotions to articulate whether they are such, that then allows the condition by which another can apply them to see how another person receives them, that gives us indications of the direction by which we feel energetically safe, seen, and supported. So we got a lot of that energy doing that work, and a lot of it is working through like the strength of the communication. So that's a lot of that energy that's working into that positive energetic vibration. Now, moving back towards non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing, for the space of non-binary heart space, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. No, correction. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. We got one card here, bottom of the deck, first card out. Two more, please. We've got here the 10 of Wands in its upright. We have here the King of Wands in its reversal, and the 3 of Wands in its reversal. A lot of 3 of Wand energy out today. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, which means if you have a manifestation goal, and you know, you've heard me say this before, if you are ever worried about the quality and nature of a manifestation goal that you are trying to bring into experience, say it out loud. And if you feel uncomfortable saying it out loud, that is an alarm bell. If there is something that you are working to manifest that you do not feel comfortable saying out loud to yourself or those around you, that is the red flag. That is the red flag. And this is why I see this energy that works really hard not being subtle. This is the energy. This is the energy that is learned long ago, that subtlety brings nothing safe, is what I keep on hearing. Subtlety brings nothing safe, because why would you be energetically subtle in the space by which you are energetically eager, right? A manifestation goal should be a joyful noise, right? That's why we say make a joyful noise, because a manifestation goal should be a joyful noise. It's something that you feel energetically delighted to share to everybody around you. You could not be eager enough to be able to express it, right? And this is why we articulate that manifestation goals are joyful noises, because the space by which we feel energetically eager to talk about it fortifies the fact that it is something that is eagerly and generously shared and expressed. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively applying or building into that context of being able to articulate upon circumstances and situations of that nature, I just keep on seeing that energy that has worked through, and I keep on hearing, this is why, right? I feel like this is why, I feel like this is a lot of energy that feels energetically wary when another person feels like they're approaching them incognito, is what I keep on hearing. And what do we mean by incognito, which is incognito? Nobody must know, right? And this is what happens. And this is why I feel like a lot of that energy does not appreciate subtle energy. Because when another person is not good with themselves, they'll often try to come towards one in an incognito fashion, potentially revealing things. Like I see that this energy often has the modality by which another person comes towards them and goes, I've never told anyone this. You're the only one I've ever shared this with. But this is often why sometimes that energy works into the space of experiencing that as an alarm bell, because the modality by which another person expresses something that another person embodies actively and articulates the fact that they say nobody needs to know or nobody must know is the amplification and articulation on how they have effectively worked to resolve the disproportion of how they feel within to what they experience without. And we work to be energetically comprehensive, right? This is a lot of the energy that often feels like the bravest energy in the room, because their modality of building into the context of going through the energetic rigor, right? Being able to do it not for the sake, and I keep on hearing this, and this is what we keep on getting with a lot of this energy, not doing something because one desires the energetic focus upon the self, but doing what must be done in order to come into the understanding of what could be, right? The work they do to heal their energetic reality, not just for themselves, but for the energy around them. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that has had to work through the fact that often there are those that want to approach them hoping that they will be their healing, hoping that they will be right, they will be their, I keep wondering, hoping they will be their single point of energetic revelation. But a lot of that energy effectively working through the articulation or amplification of saying to another person, nobody can heal our reality but we ourselves, right? And the modality by which, like, navigating the energetic pressure of someone that doesn't feel authentic in their own experience and almost feels like they're broadcasting help me towards us, is not why we cannot save each other, right? That the difference between feeling energetic salvation is something that we work through within, not something that we articulate another to effectively to do for us. Because if you are not comfortable in your own experience and another person helps to remove you from it, then you become that person often becomes the source by which you project, when all of the reasons by which you cannot effectively resolve the reality around you being the world that you hope it to be, they become the source of change. We have to be our own source of change in our energetic experiences, right? And the ability by which we can effectively help each other is articulated by helping us see ideals, not in the space of effectively delivering those ideals to each other. So I feel like there's something very important there that's coming through in relationality to a lot of that energy working through modalities and experiences by which they've often felt that was the force that was energetically projected upon them. Moving back towards masculine energy right now, can I get 3 cards to clarify? We're going to be utilizing for the unconscious space of masculine. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. We've got here 1, 2, 3. Got some cantilever cards too. The 8 of Pentacles in its upright. We also have here the Hanged Man in its upright. And we also have here the 5 of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're seeing, because this is working through, I feel like there's something really important that we see that masculine is navigating in the space of one's energetic desire. Let's talk a little bit about desire, right? Because desire is a very, very powerful drug. Okay. And here's the thing about it, right? When we are moving, right? And this is the difference. Like, what is the difference between a manifestation goal and desire, right? Desire lights our fire, okay? But integrity brings that desire into the modality by which it is energetically shared, right? And that's what's so beautiful about it. Like, when we build into a healthy relationship with the force of desire within us, we understand the nature of such is that it's always seeking, never finding, right? Desire in its own way is ineffable. And the way that we recognize and understand the ineffable quality of desire helps us not to feel tortured by it, but to be able to navigate the space of feeling energetically delighted with it. Here's the thing about it. We talk a lot about shadow work, about healing the shadow self, but we also have to recognize that healing the desire self, and I almost feel like we need a clarification upon it, because often when we talk about the shadow self, it's often the amplification of others that try to recognize that it's a lot of the fear that we navigate. But desire, the modality of the desire that is often working in with the fear is often it's its own force. And the modality, and this is why, right, when we understand, like, and this is what we heal our shadow, and we understand the nature of our desire. And when we understand the nature of our desires, then we understand that there's always something about desire that will never feel completely fulfilled, right? And it's that modality of understanding it and understanding the nature of it that allows for the stabilization of the self. Because when you don't understand that, you will be the most fickle person that anyone has ever met, right? You will be the most fickle person that anyone has ever met. So we navigate our desire with a proportionality of practicality, right? We articulate and recognize what it is that we're effectively setting our intention towards, but not just what it is that we're setting our intention towards, the work that we're effectively applying towards those spaces. And this is what happens, right? And this is why we have to be very conscientious, because this is effectively this is masculine recognizing what happens when we are energetically clumsy in the realm of our desire, right? When we are clumsy with our desire, we accidentally hurt others with it, right? Because another person expressing a desire, right? When we express a desire to another, we should have the amplification and force of activation upon it, right? Our desire becomes verbs. So the modality by which we help another person, like the more that we understand the nature of our desire, the less that we hurt each other with our energetic fire, which is the modality by which we don't articulate something that we long for, but that we never have the intention of moving towards, but the space by which we effectively internalize and recognize what it is we energetically feel versus what it is that we can practically heal. And so this is a lot of the energy of the masculine that understands the significance, why it's so vital. It is the most vital and important thing to be able to feel your emotions, because the ability to be able to understand the nature of what you're feeling helps you effectively recognize and understand how to apply energy towards it that allows it to feel nourishing and sustainable. And this is a modality where I can even see, what if I told you that everything you feel has a nourishing solution towards it? And when does it become nourishing? When it becomes a manifestation goal that can be mutually shared, right? This is what we talk about. The fire that we feel within ourselves, the energetic desire that then we find a nourishing solution towards that becomes an energetic gift to those around us, right? This is the energetic space by which we're able to apply something in a way by which something that feels like longing becomes the source of nourishment. So that ability of effectively working through that, I feel like that's a lot of the energy of the masculine that's getting better at sitting with their feelings, right? And that modality of being able to sit with the feelings helps one to understand how to nourishingly, to put something nourishing towards them, right? So again, it's not the masculine that says, I long for this. They're saying, how can I nourish this? But it's hard work. It's hard first you have to let yourself feel things. Now continuing, moving towards feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the unconscious of the feminine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got the Page of Wands in its reversal. We've got the 4 of Cups in its reversal. And we also have the Page of Coins in its upright. So we've got a lot of page energy. A lot of page energy in the unconscious of the feminine. And here's the thing about it, okay? And feminine, we got, like, I feel like there's something about the feminine here that we have to recognize, okay? The modality, like, The Page of Wands with the Page of Coins and the Four of Cups in its reversal, which is often, I feel like there's often those modalities or experiences, and I need to describe this. This is why it's important for feminine to build into a sense of patience upon things. And I need to point out, this is feminine recognizing what actual patience means. Patience has never meant, patience has never meant waiting. Patience has never meant waiting. Patience does not mean waiting. And anybody who told you that patient was waiting was fabricating that. Okay? Patience and waiting are different things. Waiting is an act of stillness. It's becoming stone, right? It's not doing anything. Patience is being energetically productive as one waits for something to grow. Patience is being productive as one waits for something to grow. That's all I keep on hearing in the unconscious of feminine. Patience is being productive as one waits for something to grow. Because when you recognize that our manifestations, and this is why we have to let go, we have to relinquish control when we're moving towards a manifestation goal, right? The ability of understanding that a healthy manifestation changes you in the accordance of moving towards it, and the ability to effectively see more and learn more as one comes into the understanding of what it is that one is trying to do, right? This is a lot of the energy that is healing from the frustration, because often what happens when you feel like you're waiting for something? I bet you get really angry, right? I bet you get really frustrated. Yeah, because waiting is awful, right? Waiting is is latent. Waiting is a latent state, right? But when we're working towards patience, it's a conversation of saying, how can I let this grow more, right? How can I let this grow more? How can I let this go more? How can I let this grow more? How can I let this go more, right? Building into the energetic momentum by which we effectively apply towards the things that we energetically care about. And what's hard about that, and this is the hard thing, right? This is the hard thing that a lot of feminine energy has to recognize. The modality of seeing, right? Right? Those that are energetically deep within their ego will often have a hard time letting go of control upon things. So the modality by which we see, right? Something that feels like it's blossoming, or something that's energetically growing around us, that feels like that energetic flourishment point, and that ability of being able to feel the energetic excitement, right? It's the space by which, right? The modality by which we're able to do something magnificent is often calibrated by our own ability of allowing ourselves to be able to go with the energetic flow. Like, this is what we talk about with flow state. If you want a flow state, you got to learn to let go, right? Because you can't be sitting there and being like, I need to control, control this, right? Right? When you're trying to do that, you have to allow the capacity of the experience to take you into a breathtaking place. And so that modality or experience of allowing that energetic process to occur, right? This is a lot of I feel like this is a lot of the feminine that works through the context that says, right, that when we work to release and I keep wondering, when we work to release our energetic controlling tendencies, it's letting go of control in the best way possible, because we focus that control inwards, not outwards, right? It's the modality by which we feel our energetic center as we feel a lot of energy moving around us, right? It's a lot of that, it's that breathtaking stuff that we experience that we effectively stay strong within, right? Because when we feel energetically stabilized, right? What happens when you feel stabilized? You try to exert control within, not without, right? You express discernment without, and you feel control within. So that's what I keep on seeing in a lot of that energy, because I see that a lot of that energy is articulating and saying, being grounded in the best way possible allows one to be able to flow in the best way possible. Because when you're feeling energetically grounded and you feel that force of intention move through, when you feel that manifestation coming on, right? You don't start feeling upset and saying, I'm losing energetic control of it. You say, I am holding strong in terms of my own personhood. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is articulating that, either working upon that upon the self or trying to express that to those around the self, right? Trying to express that to those around the self that may be having difficulty being able to energetically understand it, is what I keep on seeing, right? The force of control we experience is within, it's not without, because that is what allows the space by which something can energetically flourish. Now, that for non-binary energy right now, 3 cards, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the unconscious of non-binary. We've got here 1, 2, 3. Wow, man. Oh, we got to talk about this. 10 of Wands in its upright. Judgment card in its reversal. And the Magician card in its reversal. We got to talk about this double 10 of Wands energy. And this is what's hard, because this is connecting very deeply into the feminine experience I'm seeing for this non-binary energy. I feel like I told you a lot of this energy is often in the context of feeling like they're ahead of the curve, right? That they often, I keep on hearing, in like selfless action that is focused upon the self is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality of stepping up, not for the self, but for the energetic benefit of those around the self. And I feel like often this energy has experienced wounds in relationality to when one is moving something forward. You are often the amplification of others' projections. Never will you be projected upon more than when you're trying to move something in a positive direction. I'm going to say that again. Never will you be projected upon more than when you're trying to move something in a positive direction, because often you are in the space by which you see what the energetic problem is. Often you are in the space by which you are identifying and recognizing the energetic hurdle. And this is why I keep on seeing, for a lot of the energy that truly knows these energies, they know that they are often articulated as the energetic problem in others' experiences because they bring another person's problem to light. They often are identified as the problem in others' experiences because they shine a light on another person's issue, right? And that's what's difficult about it, because when we're in a healing space, we delight, right? We delight in the recognition of being able to identify and recognize what it is that we're working on doing better, right? Because the ability of being able to see a weakness is what allows us to become energetically strong within it. So a lot of that modality or the experience of effectively working through a lot of those energetic hurdles, and even in the modality by which they work through things, right? The conscientious effort that they apply, it's often, I keep on hearing, when you're trying to move something forward, it's often thankless stuff. It's often the modality or experience by which another person will frequently misperceive your energetic intentions, or often be in the space of potentially articulating that you are effectively, like, you're effectively doing something different, but in the modality by which different is better if something isn't energetically working. So I feel like that's why I see that for a lot of the counterpart energy around these energies, it is very protective, because it's almost like I feel like this is energy that has counterpart, that has recognized the energy that tells on itself when another complains upon a person, because it's a modality by which another person says they're making something energetically difficult, and another person saying difficult or stronger, right? Difficult or stronger, right? Because often when something is getting better, we have to get stronger. And the modality by which we feel that energetic point of strength is the energetic activation conversation that says, are you, and this is what we talk about, right? You can't say, I want a manifestation to happen. I want a manifestation to happen. And someone being like, okay, cool. You ready for change? No. What? I want a manifestation to happen. I just don't want change. And you don't truly want a manifestation, right? If you want a manifestation, get ready, right? Get ready to feel energetically stretched. Get ready to feel that transformation process, because it's a modality by which we navigate change, calibrates for how much we can move towards our manifestation goals. A healthy manifestation changes you in the process of moving towards it, which is often why, right, the difference between someone that always articulates upon the fact that they desire a manifestation, but yet it never occurs, versus the energy that's doing the hard work every day to try to move closer and closer towards it. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, doing and facilitating upon that work, it's not easy. It's frustrating, right? It often, I feel like this is the energy that often gets vexed in the space by which another person articulates upon what it is they desire, and then there they are, they energetically arrive with the thing that is energetically needed to change it, and then only there, right, only there do you see the difference in the limitation between what a person truly says that they aspire for versus the amount of work that they are ready to effectively do in order to facilitate moving towards it. And so I keep on seeing for a lot of this energy, when they recognize and realize that this is why I feel like this energy is often in the modality by which they're very hard on themselves, because I keep on seeing that when we find our own integrity, then we can see the shape of others' integrity with more clarity. But it's sometimes a painful view. Bottom of the deck on these readings for masculine, we're using the Tarot del Fuego, 5 of Pentacles, right? There's a lot. So a lot of this 5 energy that we're seeing in the unconscious of the masculine is working through mistakes of the past. And I'm going to say this for masculine energy. If you're looking back on past situations with new eyes, congratulations. That's wisdom, right? The modality and the experience by which we're able to effectively articulate and perceive how we can do better is literally the force that shows us how we can be the force of change in our own experiences, right? We have to be able to forgive ourselves in order to heal, right? And the modality by which we work to forgive, and remembering, forgive is not a latent state. Forgiveness is what we're willing to change. So the ability of understanding that as you're changing, you are actively forgiving yourself is the modality by which you're becoming the person that would not make the energetic mistakes that you feel like you are carrying, right? Don't be hard on yourself in relationality to what occurred. Identify and recognize how you are changing in order to truly forgive and free yourself from that past experience. While for feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine, Queen of Cups, bottom of the deck. Here's the funny thing with feminine, right? And this is why feminine has to be so good with their emotions. Your emotions will protect you. Your emotions will make or break relationships. Expressing your emotions in a bad relationship will break the relationship. Rest assured, without a shadow of a doubt, emotions do not fix things, right? When we recognize emotions' jobs are not to fix things, so long as we're doing the work to make sure that our emotions are rational, reasonable, and sane, right? Rational, reasonable, and sane. When we express and communicate them with directions attached to them, they will make or break a relationship. Because in the healthy relationship, that will be seen as the highest gift. That will be seen as the highest aspiration. You will be someone's blessing on legs. When you are able to communicate in a rash, reasonable, and sane way, absolutely the most incredible person one could ever be in relationship with. But for someone that does not want to do the work to be in a relationship, for someone that is looking for someone to effectively caretake instead of reciprocate, for someone that is looking for something that has no effective commitment to it, that will be the exact reason by which someone will articulate that they are leaving. They will say, you ruined it. See what you did? You ruined a perfectly good thing by bringing those emotions in here. And I'm going to say this right now. Emotions do not damage healthy things so long as the emotions are healthy. Emotions never damage good things, so long as the emotions are fortified and being rational, reasonable, and sane. While for non-binary energy right now, bottom of the deck, look at that, a lot of Two of Swords right now. And this is a lot of the energy, right? I feel like this is a lot of this non-binary energy that says, I've given up trying to explain to someone the power of change. I just recognize whether they're ready to do it. This is the energy that says that this is the energy that has been wounded in trying to help another person through their own energetic hurdles. You cannot save someone from the cage that they put themselves in. And the worst part is that if someone is in the cage of themselves and they ask you to save them, 9 times out of 10, they'll try to pull you in before you pull them out. That's just the sad truth of it. Because the modality by which another person says they cannot escape is the choice that they have made. And the modality by which they articulate that another person needs to save them, 9 times out of 10, they're going to pull them into the mess, not pull them out. Because there's nothing stopping them. If the only thing stopping another person from being able to be in an unhealthy situation is the fact that they have created the false illusion that they cannot effectively move away from it, then that is the force of intention by which they will project that you are the negative in what everyone else claims is a positive, but which they're communicating to you is a negative, right? The modality, this is what we talk about. This is why the energy works so carefully in navigating and being able to recognize what actual delusion is. Because actual delusion is seeing somebody that is existing in an experience by which everybody thinks is perfectly fine, but which another person is broadcasting to another about how miserable they are or how unhappy they are. Right? That is somebody in a delusional mindset because what's happening in here does not match the vibration of what they're telling everyone out there. And so for this energy to be able to articulate and recognize the true force and power of delusion, right? That is what true delusion is. True delusion is not going towards one's dreams. Like that is intuition. Following dreams and doing the things necessary in order to achieve them is intuition. Delusion is articulating a situation by which another person tells everybody that everything is just great and wonderful, but then they communicate to a single person how energetically awful something is or how it feels for them to be in it, right? And that is effectively identifying someone in a delusional mindset because they are the force of delusion in their own experience. Right? The fact that they're not articulating their needs in a healthy fashion, the fact that they're not letting others know how they feel, but the fact that they're energetically harboring it and then seeing somebody that they feel like they can energetically express it to. And this is why I keep on hearing this is the energy that has grown very conscientious of love that is in whispers, right? Of the love that is in whispers that says, you shh, right? Because that is the modality by which another person articulates and states upon the space by which they themselves are putting that application of effort in relationality to what they're working through. And I keep on seeing progress happens in many forms, right? There are some conditions and circumstances by which another person has to be in a space by which they cannot be their authentic self. Not to articulate the fact that there aren't situations that require that, but the ability of being able to see, right? The ability to be able to see the energetic pathwork by which another person recognizes that something can change is the difference, right? Is the difference between identifying the sense of being energetically patient in relationality to what the conditions that one is waiting to achieve versus the modality of somebody that is working through a delusional mindset by which they are constantly broadcasting one thing externally, but saying something very different intimately. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often feels energy coming towards them in that way, but having to set the healthy boundary in terms of what they can do. But even in the space by which they do it, know that another person will project upon them negatively for holding those healthy boundaries. That is where we find, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank everyone for being here and experiencing these readings. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who was a part of our recent tarot class on the world card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Sword Suite. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it, and you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon in Leo that we just experienced. And I want to let you guys know that on top, I also would encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat. Registration for that retreat is closing this week. If you would like to become a part of it, I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th, as we will be traveling to Italy to study the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. We'll be sharpening our tarot skills and learning more about the culture that allowed the tarot to be able to grow and thrive. And everyone who participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. If you want to learn more about that and register, you'll also be able to receive a $200 discount this week only, and you can find that all over on my tree that has links in it in my bio, as well as on my stack. Finally, I want to let guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 30 minutes, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a budget, and as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today, so you will have a free reading. And Nikki, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It's a wonderful time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it. Hi there. How are you doing? Always welcome. Thank you for joining us. They bully. Oh my goodness. I'm sending you so much support on that journey always. And welcome to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. We are doing, so Izzy, the 1 cards occur once we complete the personal readings. How are you doing today, Melissa? Oh, I'm so glad that you love dreaming. Good to see you today, dear. Excellent. Yes, I'm not really feeling it. A friend of mine who works in fashion says it's basically entire field. Sending you support on that journey always. And FIDM. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Sending you so much support on that journey. I hope you find a space by which you feel safe, seen, and supported. Adams, thank you for the follow. Excellent. Thank you for confirmation as well. Always, I would definitely choose. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kay. Good to see you. And guys, please thank our mod, Kay, for all of their help today. I spent all day trying to find a place. Oh my goodness. Sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. Thank you for supporting someone else in that way. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that they found a place. And thank you so much for those gifts always. I wonder if this Leo full moon is making me rethink life path. Absolutely. Hoping, well, we can do a reading on that if you'd like to be on the list here. We do life path readings here. A massive shift towards communities supporting each other at the moment. Tap to claim K. Basically, yes, the only real way to be eco-friendly. Always continue to do that work and trying to be eco-friendly. And thank you as well. What's in my, I saw, you know what, Nikki, I have to point this out. I saw you say, what's in my heart? Let's go. And I immediately started laughing. Absolutely. And thank you, Sweet D, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, do not ask me to keep my voice down. Our voices matter. Tap to claim, Sweet D. Hi there, Bridget. How are you doing today? I'm none of these things. And Marianne, thank you for the follow as well. Yes, rational, reasonable, and sane. I'm holding on to these. Hi there, Ella. Welcome. And always, thank you for those heart knees. Thank you as well, Lewis, for those ice creams. You'll be my hero. Kiss the pain away. I love that. And Alex, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on a list for a personal reading right now, the list is open. You will be the 2nd person read for. And for any of my members over on the place where we keep the videos, it's 3 cards for 20, 4 cards for 23 for members, 4 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. Grand Rising, Alexandra, good to see you today. How are you doing today, Wally? Welcome. You're so welcome for the reading. Thank you for connecting to it. You're so welcome as well, Victoria. So funny to think no one ever has control. And Lucas, thank you for those heart meets, guys. Make sure to give Lucas some love. Also a great reader as well. Good to see you today, dear. Not holding on to control. Tap to claim, Nonbinary. Thank you as well. I've been hearing that a lot lately, to let go of control. Thank you as well, Lewis. Trying to control only causes delays. Absolutely. That dino, I know the dino is adorable. Thank you for those gifts, dear. I'm getting a ton of I know a lot of 2 of Swords right now. I'm not surprised to see it, especially with the fact that we're moving towards that Aquarius new moon energy. Yep. You're so welcome, Nonbinary. And again, thank you for being here and receiving these messages. All right. As I mentioned, we are going to get started. You know what, Izzy, I know you missed your 1 card yesterday, so I'm happy to draw a card for you right now. Can I get 1 card for Izzy, please? Izzy, we've got here the 3 of Cups and it's upright. So this is talking to me about situations and circumstances by which you have to think, you have to have empathy for those that are energetically around the self, right? Don't just think about what it is that you're trying to do. Be able to talk about how it's going to benefit those that effectively surround you. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, yeah, the King of Wands, right? If it's a good idea, a healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared. Be able to articulate why it may feel like it's beneficial you know, and why I keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's almost you helping to clear another person's misconception in relationality to what it is that you're trying to put your force of intention towards. Thank you so much, dear, and thank you for being a member. Dada, you have a great day, dear. Absolutely. All right, enjoy your lunch, dear. We're going to get started right now. Guys, in the meantime, the first person we are reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we get started on Bridget's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. We've got angelic guidance coming through. A lot going on. I've got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Bridget? 5 cards. Thank you. Absolutely. And 2 more. And 1 more. I mean, you've got a really strong angelic coming through here. Like, I'm very clear on who this angelic is. And I think, I mean, like, the thing about this angelic is, and I want to describe this. It's impatient energy. You know? And I think it's important because, like, and I want to describe a little bit about what I'm seeing here. One does not need to know what is going on to know what's happening, is all I keep on hearing. One does not need to know what is going on to know what is happening, right? The reason I keep wondering, the reason something's called a game plan is the fact that a game plan navigates every eventuality, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like a game plan effectively navigates every eventuality. And the modality by which another person, like, I feel like there's something about that, which is the amplification of someone saying, like, I'll let you know when I know what's going on, being like, you don't have to let me know when it's going on. You just need to know what happens if, like, I keep on hearing, like, you need to have an if-then conversation with someone, is what I keep on hearing, right? And an if-then conversation is saying, if this happens, then what? If this happens, then what? And if and I feel like in the space by which you articulate what all those ifs are, right? That is the sound of you and another person having a fortified plan in relationality to what's happening. And I think that there's something really important about that. And I think it's interesting too. And I feel like I don't know why I'm picking up, like, you going to battle with, like, somebody who tries to say, like, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, or I don't want to energetically talk about it. But I keep on getting this here, like, this is why it's good. Like, this is why it's good to talk about things, because talking about things brings a sense of peace of mind with it, right? And I don't know why, because it feels like somebody's saying, like, the difference between someone saying, I trust that you'll know what to do, versus saying, I'd rather you tell me what you would prefer done, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like they're like that, like, and it's interesting too, because it feels very much, and as I said that, I got like an earring for confirmation. It feels very much in conversation with you navigating something in relationality to your own gifts, is what I keep on seeing. And there's something I'm identifying there that, um, and I want to describe this. Like it says to me, it has a lot to do with your own feelings or lack of confidence in relationality to something that you're energetically receiving. You know, like it's funny because I'm doing this reading right now on two different. I'm doing this reading right now on two different dimensions. Like I'm doing it in the practical sense, right? Like I'm doing it in the practical sense of you potentially going towards, and it's funny too because your guide's like pointing at something and laughing. You're navigating a situation by which another person is looking at you and saying, tell me what to do. And you saying to them, I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you, you have to tell until you tell me where you want to go, is all I keep on seeing that's happening in the professional space. You know, like I don't know what this conversation is, but I keep on hearing somebody say, just tell me what to do. And you saying, we need to regroup. I need to know where you want to go before I can tell you what to do. There's no right action. You have to tell me what your plans are, and then I'll tell you how to effectively facilitate upon those plans. And it's funny because your angelic is pointing at that and saying that in the situation of them to you, that's how they see you right now. Like somebody, I just keep on seeing this. Whatever this is, right? Whatever this is, it's vexing you. Whatever this is, it's energetically vexing you right now. With somebody who's just articulating and saying, just tell me what to do. And you being like, I literally am not, I see you saying, I'm not allowed to tell you what to do. I'm not allowed to tell you what to do. I don't know what you're doing. I can get in a lot of trouble telling you what to do. Like I see you literally saying to someone, I cannot tell you what to do. Like it's not my opinion. Where do you want to go? And I'll tell you how to get there, right? That's how your guide is feeling right now with you. Like as it relates to something that they're giving, like I feel like as it relates to something that you're looking for from them, right? You need to ask your guides for some more stuff. Is what you're getting here. It's like, it's funny because like, and I keep on hearing this, like the guide just keeps on saying, I am not here to give you directions until you give me a destination. You know, you cannot ask an angelic for destination. What have you been trying to do? What have you been trying to get? What are you trying to? They're there to facilitate. They're there to energetically help. And I think that it's really funny because I don't know why it feels like, I don't know why that there's an angelic around you that feels like they've hit some kind of stalemate with you. And I feel like the stalemate I'm seeing in relationality to something is, I keep on hearing you say like, I don't want to ask for things. I don't want to ask for things. I don't want to ask for things. I don't want to burden my guide too much. And the guide being like, that's what they're here for, is what I keep on seeing. I think that there's something really important about it. Now we're going to talk about it. Because the how do I describe this? In terms of, and it's funny too, because I know you, but like, you need to start asking the angelic how to help you in the professional sense. Because I got to point out, there's something about this particular angelic that, well, a lot of angelics don't necessarily like, there's something here, like this particular angelic does not, in my experience working with them, does not mind helping others in relationality to the professional space, because I feel like I keep on hearing them articulate that something that you're doing in the professional space is one and the same in terms of something that you're effectively doing in the spiritual, right? Like you're acting, I keep on hearing you're acting as guide to a certain extent. And it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing them say, like, write down the challenges that you're having right now in the professional space, because, and I keep on hearing that because they're giving me a little bit of this like physician heal thyself is what I keep on seeing, because they're saying that there's like going to be a little bit of this modality by which you articulate upon a frustration that you're having in work, and it's going to be reflective in terms of how a guide, like how a guide feels in relationality to trying to help you in some context, in relationality to experiencing a point of resistance in, and I don't know what this is, having confidence in your own sense of judgment is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it's interesting because I see the guide that's articulating that they're helping you, they're literally working with you to help you be more energetically, I keep on hearing not just it's not the word decisive is what I keep on hearing. It's not just being decisive in your choices, but holding decisiveness is what I keep on hearing. Like holding decisiveness, right? And I don't know, why, I'm not sure what's there in relationality to that. But I keep on hearing like there's a lot of like, they're showing me a lot of this snapping, which says, and I think it's interesting, like you're good at considering situations, but the ability of just like that is what they're almost articulating that they're there to help you with, which is like the space of saying like, look, you can make a fast decision and you can stay firm in it, and the world around you, like the world around you will accommodate it is what I keep on getting, right? And I think that there's something very important about that feeling of, I keep on hearing snapping in the best way possible, which is not getting upset at the self when you feel like you made the wrong decision, but feeling energetically consistent and being like, no, that was, like that was my point of decision, and I stand upon it is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the three of, especially with the Three of Swords, I think it's interesting too, because like I do see the fact that you're getting like very strong in that. But what's beautiful about that is I feel like you're getting frustrated because you're not seeing that in others, right? And that modality, and I keep on hearing you're trusting it in the professional, but you're not trusting it as much in the spiritual, is what they're saying, right? Like you're trusting it in the professional, but you're not trusting it so much in the spiritual, right? Like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, how's that gut instinct doing? How's that gut instinct doing? How's that gut instinct doing? And it's funny too, like I'm actually being reminded, um, I'm being reminded of this scene from Willow, where I don't know if you've ever seen that movie where he's supposed to make a choice, and then the person he's working with says like, you made the wrong choice. What was the choice you wanted to make? And he gives him the answer. He goes, that was the right choice, right? Like I feel like there's a little bit of this. I feel like there's a little bit of this energy by which like, and it's okay. Like they say that this is something that's really hard, right? They often have this issue with those that are very caring, which is feeling the anxiety of enacting on the intuition, of not wanting to overstep, but I feel like this is, I keep on hearing every day, a step out of the comfort zone allows you to feel more comfortable, right? Is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that is like, it's interesting because it's like, it's not like every day a little gift. I keep on hearing every day a little challenge, right? Like every day something that scares you a little bit in the best way possible is what I keep on hearing. every day every day something that scares you in the best way possible, which is being able to, I keep on hearing, like, that is the sound of you energetically expanding, right? Like that is the sound of you getting energetically stronger in terms of feeling confident, is all I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I already gave you the bottom of the deck, but it's interesting that I said I wanted to give you another bottom of the deck on it, because I feel like, again, especially with that the Three of Swords in its, the reason they wanted to refer me back to it is there's a lot of trauma here. I feel like there are a lot of experiences that you had when you were younger, where when you are energetically right, and another person made you feel like you had to regret it, right? And I keep on hearing this type of trauma is the hardest to release, because it's working into the context that your rightness has has unhealthy consequences to those you care about, is what I keep on getting. It's like, yeah, right? Others, when we're in a healthy space, others are not hurt by the quality of our decisiveness, is what I keep on seeing. They're fortified by it. Thank you so much. Like that's where a lot of that hesitation comes from. And I keep on seeing this is what the angelic's trying to help you heal. And it's interesting because there's someone in spirit that's trying to work in collaboration with that, because they're taking responsibility for it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. If you reach out to me, I've already written it down. I know who it is. If you want to reach out to me, I'll tell you who that angelic is. It was very clear who that one was. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 20K likes for those who are joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yep. The dog. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciated. Oh, thank you for that beautiful crown. I love that one. Got that dog in me. I feel so all over the place. We're all going to feel all over the place. There's too many planets right now in Aquarius. It's like herding cats energy. Oh, good. I have no idea what's going on. Yes, I don't think they know what to do. Yeah, the client. I'm just taking it day by day. Yeah, and I feel like this is all going to blow. I don't think it's going to blow up in your face. Like I feel like if anything, it's you just being able to articulate and amplify like what you're trying to do and what's energetically possible. Yeah, he wants me to use to make sure. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I get that. Thank you. And Tarot, thank you for the follow. But then I'm like, do I look for a new client? Again, healthy boundaries. So being able to articulate like what you can do versus what you can't, right? I guess I'll be more demanding with my guides. Interesting. It's so interesting because I'm really very quick making decisions. I've come a long way. I used to be the queen at second guessing. That makes sense. If that's the case, it's because I haven't seen anything from spiritual come to fruition. I give a lot of spiritual. I need to, I need to point this out. And this is often what happens Okay, I just need to stress this. Okay. Sometimes we're working well in spiritual when things we see in spirit do not come to fruition. You understand that? I don't know why I had to bring that forward. Like, I need to stress this. I don't know what I'm seeing there, but I just need to point this out, right? Like, that might be a good thing. Yep. I get a lot of spiritual intuition when it comes to others, but I never share it. But I feel like, and again, it's it's saying to me, like, you being able to recognize what you're supposed to do with it is what I see that you're getting more confident about, right? Like, you utilizing discernment and discretion, but also activation. Yeah, I don't feel like it's my place, but it absolutely comes from childhood trauma. You're so welcome, dear. You're welcome. Just, yeah, you just message me directly and I'll send you the information. I mean, like, like that's, I mean, you've got, like, I'll put it this way, you've got street cred. It's the best way I'll put it. It's funny too, because every time I read for you, it feels very much like your guides are trying to like they're trying to bring you into something that was energetically connected to a past version of self, is what I keep on seeing. Like they're like, remember. like, like, wakey, wakey. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we're also at 20.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And again, while we wait for Alexandra's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Oh, you did, BB, lovely. I'll add you to the list. Can you just give me an initial where you sent it? Did you send a baby? Oh, I see. Oh, you did. I must have missed it. Okay, no problem. Good to see you guys. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Also a wonderful reader. So good to see you today, dear. Yeah, you're next, Alexandra. Oh, you want to go after BB? Yeah, that's fine. BB, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. What's going on with that dream you had? Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 20.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting readings back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up BB here. Make sure to give BB some love. Full moon energy read. I love it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Something happening right now is triggering to a past life, is what I keep on seeing. Whose feelings are these? Is what I'm getting. How do I describe this? So how do I describe this? The best way I can describe what I'm seeing here, and especially like I want to define if you're feeling I'm getting a lot of flighty energy. A lot of flighty energy. Um, and I keep on getting there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that flighty energy that feels like, and I keep on hearing, especially if you don't typically feel like that, it's going to be confirmation about the fact that it's connected to a past life. Because, and I need to describe this, some of the wounds that we carry, and this this often happens a lot with those who work in the spiritual context. Some wounds that we experience happen in this life. Some wounds we bring in with us. And what's hard is often the modality by which we experience a past life wound is the modality by which we start feeling like and I keep on hearing sometimes the best way to describe a past life wound is when like you hear something go, it's happening again, and being like, what's happening again? Being like, it's happening again, and being like, what are you talking about? Like, so if you've been feeling like that, I want you to stay energetically grounded, because that's a past life memory coming in. Okay. And the thing about past life energies, and I like to describe this, which is the life-changing act of telling a past life memory to get a grip, is what I keep on hearing. Like, to get a grip, which is basically saying, this is not that. Okay, this is different. But I know that it feels energetically triggering to the self, because it's very similar to something that was energetically devastating to the self, right? And that's what's hard. Like, I know it sounds a little bit wild, but like often when we're navigating past life wounds, the energy we have to bring to them is get a grip. Like, we literally have to look at the past life memory and say, you need to, like, I understand that you have a lot of energetic feelings connected to this, but this is not that, right? And I feel like that's really important right now, because, and I want to describe this, like, I don't know if you've done any past life exploration, but there's a lot there, is what I keep on seeing. Like, there's a lot there. And I want to describe the difference, and I want to stress this, okay? And I don't know why I'm hearing one of your guides say this. Eyes are good. Eyes are good. I know, and this is what I meant about some kind of feeling that you have right now that feels like it's energetically, like I told you, like flighty, right? I want you to make sure that you're navigating through a lot of this full moon energy and building into, and I want to stress this because we've got an Aquarian new moon coming up. And the thing is, if you're already feeling energetically flighty with the full moon in Leo here, I want you really focusing on energetically grounding, because that new moon in Aquarius can feel very, very lucid. Okay? It can create a little bit of that weirdness that feels energetically surreal. So we want you really, really focusing on feeling like building into a healthy sense of energetic stability, right? And I feel like a lot of the things that you can articulate, because look at this, you got two Fool cards. You got two Fool cards coming up, right? What we always want to be conscientious with is not getting triggered in a way that it makes us feel energetically carried away, right? And the recognition of feeling, right? Like, I'm feeling triggered. Here are some grounding things I do when I'm feeling energetically triggered, right? I keep on hearing, write the list now, because when you're triggered, you'll forget, right? Write the list now so that when you're triggered, because when you're triggered, you're not getting, like, it's very clear to understand, like, all the things you should do when you're feeling energetically triggered when you're not triggered. So write the list now so that you know what to do when you have those moments or experiences by which you feel energetically triggered, right? You return to the list. You don't decide to try to write the list at the moment by which you feel energetically triggered, because that's the whole problem. If you could keep a list when you're triggered, you wouldn't be triggered, is what I keep on hearing. And I do feel like there's a lot of that. Like, I feel like it's very, I want to describe that, and I mean this, that it feels like there's something energetically combative there's a combative element to something that you experienced in the past life. And so, like I said, like that modality of wanting to be reactive, but holding off for a moment. I keep on hearing, and this is something, and it's interesting because I know you want to read into this full moon energy, but they're actually articulating this about the time period between now and the new moon coming up, right? If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. The nice thing about a good egg is that the longer you sit on it, the better it gets, is what I keep on hearing. So the modality by which one is able to effectively navigate with something, right? Write it down, observe, don't absorb, and allow the context of I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing, allow the energy of the idea to gain weight before you energetically, I keep hearing, before you energetically activate upon things. And especially, I keep on hearing, especially in the space of your words, is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing, remember, clever is a cleaver. And that's coming from somebody in spirit. Clever is a cleaver, right? Which is sometimes we say something like clever is a cleaver, which is saying sometimes we say something that's very, very clever, but it can sometimes, like what clever can be a cleaver to someone who's not in the space of seeing it as clever, it can effectively like wound someone in a way, like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing with you. I see it, right? It's like, it's just back. You can't pull it back in, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that space that I see, and especially, like I keep on hearing, especially as it relates, right? Because I feel like, again, like it's a little bit of this modality by which, if you're already feeling triggered by something that's triggering a past life wound, by which you're already feeling that, like that feeling of flightiness, love asks us to stay, right? Like love asks us to stay through the discomfort. Love asks us to just remain in a modality. And even I keep on hearing, you can say, like, you know, you can identify. I keep on hearing, you can identify. I don't know why I keep on hearing, you can identify the elephant in the room without running from it, is what I keep on hearing, right? You can identify the elephant in the room without running from it, which is the modality and the experience by which we often address or navigate the space by which we show another person and say, like I am also feeling uncomfortable, right? Like I am also feeling energetically a little bit, like off balance. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, so something to keep in mind going forward through this, because I really want to address this double. Here's the thing, the double fool energy here. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You got to stop being so hard on yourself. Love does not require us to be perfect. Love requires us to be very conscientious of what we're working on, is what I keep on hearing. Love does not require us to be perfect. Love requires us to be conscientious on what it is that we're working on, right? And the ability, I keep on hearing, the ability to, like, I feel like I see you in a modality, and I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship will challenge us because it will help us see our unhealthy patterns, right? And the modality, and that's reciprocal, is what I keep on seeing, right? And the modality by which we bring things to each other is not the space by which we're trying to wound each other with them, but the modality by which we help to build a more comprehensive perception. And that's what I meant in terms of hearing somebody say eyes are good, right? Because the modality by which you can show another person, right? When you're feeling frustrated, right? Don't tell them how they make you feel. Tell them how you're experiencing it, is what I keep on hearing, which is the modality by which you give someone the benefit of the doubt and saying, like, I don't believe that you might be intending to make me feel like this, but this is how I am experiencing it, right? And the modality by which we give each other, in a healthy relationship, we give each other eyes, which is the modality of saying to another person, like, and when we give each other eyes, we often say, like, I don't think that you're energetically trying to hurt me, but this is how I'm perceiving it. This is how I'm receiving it. And often allows the space, right? Rather than being reactive, right? Being able to articulate our ow. When we articulate our ow, it can become a wow, is all I keep on hearing. When we articulate our ow, it can become a wow, because it's a modality by which another person goes, oh my gosh, I did not realize that you experienced it like that. I didn't even think about that aspect of it. I didn't even think about that. It didn't even make the connection, right? So the modality by which we help another person see things allows the context by which we're giving each other the tools we need not to repeat, not to repeat the same energetic cycles. And I think that's really important, because here's the thing about it. This double Fool card energy says to me that you're in alignment with someone who has a lot of the same wounds as you do, right? And so that modality of, like, I keep on hearing, like, if like two people are in the space by which they feel wounded and they isolate, what you basically have two people that are isolating, begging for someone to come rescue them, right? And they can't be each other's force that they need, because they both need the thing that they both are embodying the space by which they need another to become the counterpart force, right? So I feel like there's something really important there, because especially if you and another person are so connected, but you have the same reactivity point when it comes to wounds, right? The desire to like energetically isolate. Somebody needs to break through, right? Like somebody needs to be able to be the force of change. Someone needs to embody the energy and saying, I'm going to be what I know I would need in this situation. Because it's almost the modality by which I keep on seeing, and especially with this Two of Pentacles with the Fool card, right? This is giving me this is literally giving me like pinball energy. Like, what happens when two balls clash and they pull away, right? There needs to be a modality by which they like, almost like I keep on hearing, like, when you feel the inclination to isolate, now you have to isolate together. Is what I keep on, now we isolate together, which is articulating and stating, like, this is what's happening right now, right? Not leaving another person wondering or questioning what's happening, but giving someone a play-by-play in terms of how we're feeling and what they can give us that would make it better, right? This is what I would prefer. And I feel like, because a lot of this here, like, I feel like the next cycle is going to be beautiful, but I think that it also requires, like, it's you and another person, like, having a lot of clarity and relationality to your own tendencies, particularly as it relates, I keep on hearing, particularly as it relates to energy that feels like it's somewhat committed to like like grinding your gears, or making something, like, and I keep on hearing, healthy energy does not force us to make impossible choices. And often the modality by which we recognize someone's trying to do that is the space by which they've made our choice for us. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, BB. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. We're also at 22K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And thank you as well. Yep, no problem, Alexandra. And thank you, J Dale, for the follow. I've been irritated. I can see. Well, I have to point out, this type of energy right now, for someone with Taurus placements, like it can be, there's something about it, and I like to describe it. It's a lot of that. I was saying this yesterday. It's a lot, the Aquarian energy can sometimes be like, it's like it can sometimes create like a feeling of like drowsiness for those with Taurus placements. Like as we move closer to Aries, it might, like, that's what I mean about like working through the irritation with like a sense of like trying to figure out what would make something better and not letting the irritation communicate. Like, don't speak on the irritation, speak on the easement. Yeah, I just moved into a new apartment. I feel like I'm starting to ground a new energy. That's good. That's wonderful. Yeah, to be honest, I need to make a list of how to ground myself when from trigger two. Same. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I can see that. That's what I mean with that, like the silver tongue. I was seeing that. Like that's that ram energy being like the double fool energy being like, but it's like, good idea. It's out. Oh yeah, clever's a cleaver. So true. There are some things we can only heal in partnership. I'll keep that in mind for sure. And you're so welcome, dear, and I appreciate you as well. All right, let's continue right now, guys, make sure to give BB some love. Readers supporting readers. Next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. It's in the disco. Perfect. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Before we continue right now with Alexandra's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Strega, get down. 10, no. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I have to take care of this for a minute. Hold on. We'll get started on your reading in just a sec. I just need to. Strega's being a nudge. Why? Why? Why must we do this? Why? Is this relevant to the reading? I'm sure it is. Come on. Now every time you do this, you're going to have to say hi to everybody. That's what's going to happen. Okay? Yeah. Okay. You want to say hi to everybody? Here it is. You want to say hello? You want to wave to everybody? Hello. All right, my little potato, you get over there. Here you go. All right. All right, let's get to it. Oh, all right, where were we? And I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Make sure to give Alexandra some love. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I got it. Yep. All right. So we're doing it, and we're basically doing it's kind of Akashic, to be honest. It's life path, but with like a dose of Akashic in it in terms of like helping to connect to the higher self. Can I get 4 cards, please? Oh, now you're happy. Listen to you. Okay. Mm-hmm. Can you guys hear her? She's purring so loud right now. All right. And, oh, an extra card, please. Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. But I think that there's something important in that, and I think that there's something really significant, like Kay Megan kind of called it, right? Like Kay just said, she went from pure chaos to pure bliss, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like there's something important that I'm seeing in relationality to the connection with the higher self that says um, the journey of figuring out or finding our bliss is often the journey of figuring out what's not our bliss, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really significant and important about that, particularly and especially because I feel like what's effectively happening right now is you're going through a maturation cycle. A past version, I just need to stress this, a past version of you would have thought that you were being the coolest version of yourself you could possibly be, is what I keep on seeing. Past version of self would have looked at this right now and said, this is the coolest. But I also feel like, and this is often, and I think that this is like, and this is what I mean, like, it feels to me that, like, and this is why you've got kind of those guys working with you. Like there are other things. Like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing a cool experience is often a busy experience, is what I keep on hearing. Because like I see you in cool places and it's exhausting. And so and it's interesting too because um, I feel like this is the energetic, like this is you kind of coming into the space by which you don't feel like you need to prove anything to anyone, right? Like there's something about, and I want to stress this, like they're almost articulating that there's some path work that we do to build a net, is what I keep on hearing. There's some path work that we do to create a net for ourselves. And what do I mean? What do I mean in relationality to this is the sound? This isn't chaos, is what they're saying. They're saying this is you building a net. It's a very, very wide net, and it's a very complicated net. But what is the word? Like, what are the key words that one hears when you build a net? If this doesn't work, I can always fall back on it. If this doesn't work, I can always fall back on it. So I want you to hold on to that in relationality to something that you're doing right now. Because I feel like I see the higher self, and I wish I could show you these cards. I might try to pull the phone and show you the cards. I know it feels like there's something that feels very disjointed, and something very, like, I keep wondering, something that feels a little energetically chaotic. But that modality of you effectively, for you doing that, is going to be effectively what allows you to be able to have this energetic breakthrough in relationality to relationality to what it is that you're really aspiring to do. And I keep on hearing you could not move towards that work if you didn't have this safety net, right? Because it's saying to me that there's something about that that's going to effectively give you the confidence to be able to do something that you haven't done before in a way that you haven't done it. So I want you to be patient with yourself right now, because everything I keep on seeing, and I think that you utilized, I think it's really important because I see you effectively working through the dissatisfaction. And I feel like in a way, like I keep on hearing, in a way you've already started moving towards that new path, right? like the dissatisfaction of you effectively navigating something and saying there's got to be more than this, right? I don't want to feel this busy all the time, is what's allowing you to be able to effectively start to identify what it is that would effectively allow for allow for you to be able to have some kind of space and time back. And it also says to me, like, it's interesting too, because I see, like, I almost see some kind of creative partnership that potentially evolves from some kind of energetic connection that you're making with the net that you're building for yourself now. You know? I keep on hearing, like, there's almost like, I feel like there's some, I don't know why I keep on hearing it, and it's coming through one of your guides. There's an advantage in having a lot of conversations right now, right? I don't know why I keep on seeing there's a lot of people around you, right? And the nice thing about people is that you can get into conversations and you never know who, like, I keep on hearing, what do you do needs to start being your words of introduction. Because I feel like there's something I see that is happening here for you that says, like, your entry into a new experience is going to be articulating and amplifying your energetic interest in learning something, in being able to articulate to another and saying, oh, you know, are you looking? I keep hearing you say to someone, are you looking? Like, I do that too. Or I'm looking for something, I'm looking for an entry point. And something about those conversations, I keep on hearing, make sure where, like, when you are, I keep on hearing, when you are in your energetic net, you're clearing your throat chakra, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, I feel like every time when you're in that energetic net that you're building, I keep on hearing, clear your throat chakra, because it's the modality by which you say, like, you're literally, like, this is where I see you right now. I see you in a modality by which you're creating this space that feels like it creates security for you, because you can always fall back upon it. And even in the modality by which you're articulating your desire, you're going to be able to move towards, right? You're going to climb away from it in the space by which you're moving in the direction of something that feels more in the direction of your long-term invested intention. So I keep on seeing, make sure, right? I keep on hearing no laziness, right? No laziness when you're in these spaces right now, right? Activate the conversations, right? Be conscientious in terms of understanding that the next opportunity that you're moving towards could be right energetically before you, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly and especially with that, I know it's hard here. I know you're not going to like this part. I know you're not going to like this part. I keep on hearing, you're not just working, you're conversing. You're not just working, you're conversing. And I keep on seeing the modality, and this is what I keep on hearing, you need to get out of your headspace when you're doing this work right now. Because I feel like there's something that I see that's happening in the space of saying, and it's funny too, because the two guides that I see working with you are not really the gregarious type. Like, I love to point this out, right? They're not the gregarious type. And so it's interesting too, because I keep on looking at them and saying, why do you have this person here if they themselves are also not gregarious? And I keep on hearing them say, a lot of doors there, is what they keep on saying. A lot of doors there. And I'm like, what do you mean doors? They're like, there are a lot of doors there, aren't there? A lot of doors there. Right? And I keep on hearing them say, I'm like, what are you talking about? They're not seeing the doors. There's doors everywhere, is what I keep on seeing them say. Right? There are a lot of doors there. And I keep on, it's funny too, because I keep on hearing the song, hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Right? The modality of you effectively working through something and having that type of vibration, right? The modality of the anticipation and recognizing the opportunity that's around you is built upon the conversation, which is why they're bringing up that reference, because they're saying that's what you should be taking. That is the energy that you should be bringing into these environments. Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. Won't you tell? Please keep in mind that there are 3 things I don't read for in these readings: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Janie? Yeah, so anyway, if you're interested in, Janie, if you're interested in becoming a member, anyone who becomes a paid member on the place where we keep the videos, you become entitled to have a free 1-card reading each day when we do the free 1-card readings for subscribers. And you also get the additional bonus of the amount that is charged for a personal reading. For those who are members, it is 4 cards for $23 for those who are paid members, as opposed to the 3 cards for $29. Thank you for asking, and thank you for stopping by. How are you doing today, Wakaz? Again, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation, or if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a free 1 card for you, because all members get free 1-card readings. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The dragon gift, so Jay, all you do, the gift of a baby dragon is the equivalent of having a personal reading. So if you send the baby dragon, you'll be added to the list for a reading. I hope that helps. And just reading over the comments that came through. I'm doing well today, Joseph. How are you doing today? Hi there, Yaz. Good to see you. Yep. She went from pure chaos to pure bliss. Exactly. Absolutely. And thank you, Angie, for that gift, dear. I appreciate you. Vito, thank you for the follow as well. You're definitely always in cool spaces. Yeah, I gave up creating an image of what I should be. That's so beautiful and powerful. So Jada, the baby dragon gift, if you don't see it, 2 galaxies is the equivalent of the same amount. So if you can't find the baby dragon, 2 galaxies will also accommodate. Thank you for the help, Yaz. I appreciate it. Happy to read for you on that, Boo. If you want to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for today. Great time to get on the list if you want to get on the list today. Yeah, I feel like networking might not be the inspiration too. I'm happy to read for you on that, Boo. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Yep, you're so welcome, Catherine. Welcome, good to see you today. Hi, Creative. How are you doing today? Angie, Grand Rising, dear. Do I have spots? Yes, absolutely have spots. It's a great time to get on the list right now. You'll be the second person read for. And speaking about the list right now, if anybody wants to get on the list, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Pet Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and Love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 24K likes on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Per, you've already got 1 card out. Can you please let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Per's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. Woo, we're doing a dream interpretation. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I would never draw, I've already told you guys, I would never do the blank one when we're doing the animal spirit guide readings. That would just be cruel. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. All right, let's continue right now. And guys, please remember to give thanks to our mod, K. Megan, for their help today. Hope you're doing well, dear. All right. We have a dream interpretation coming through. Bear with me a moment. Let me just pull it up. I gotta get the dream coconut out. Hold on. Come back here. Oh no, it's falling. I got it. I like it. All right. Okay, we've got dream interpretation, and just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Denise, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Per. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. Here is the dream. Outside tea. The dream began with the fact that I had to keep reminding myself to put the 16th in my calendar. This was a very important date, and I was reminding myself over and over and over and over again. For the rest of the dream, I experienced various moments of being on the move in different scenes, not one ongoing trip, but several. The traveling was kind of related to work. I never left a place, neither arrived to a place in my dream. At one point, I was on a bicycle and then in a car. It involved different years and locations. I even recollect shooting spicy photos with an ex-partner of mine along the way. Then traveling was mostly solo though. Then I remember briefly stopping at a shop by the road to buy candy. The last fragment was of me sitting outside at the cafe with a neighbor whom I don't know in real life. He said to me, "You've been living in that house for at least 9 years." To which I replied, "No, I've actually been living there for 15 years now," which was not a lie. I will be living in my house 16 years in March. 4 cards. Ooh. All right, let's get to it. So we remember that in the space of dreams, when we talk about houses, we talk about the mansion of the self. Okay? And the one thing we recognize is everywhere we go, there we are. So we need to keep these into consideration when we look at the points that happen in this dream. And the first part of the dream, you said that there was something of utmost importance that you kept on reaffirming and reminding yourself upon. And that was the significance of 16 in the calendar. And you said it was a very important date, and you were reminding yourself of it over and over and over again. Okay? Now, we're going to get back to that in a moment. You identified that for the rest of the dream, you experienced various moments of being in or on the move in different scenarios. Not one ongoing trip, several. The traveling was kind of related to work. You never left a place, neither arrived to a place in my dream. Now, this is really important, what you stated there. I never left. I never arrived. You're describing the fact that you were in a liminal space. Okay? So you're identifying, and even in the space by which you're describing this, you're amplifying and articulating the fact that you recognize that even though you're traveling, you're not getting anywhere, right? You're going on a lot of these trips, but they're not destinations. So that the liminal space that you feel like you're occupying, that you then calibrate, because you say, I'm going everywhere, but I'm not getting anywhere, right? That is how it's effectively felt for you, particularly and especially as it relates to relationships. So I would not be surprised if you felt like you've had a lot of false starts in relationship cycles, which means a lot of traveling, but not really getting anywhere, right? Something that articulates upon an energetic stagnation point that you're finding in different relationship cycles. And you identified this in the space by which you said, in one point you were on a bike, then you were in a car. It involved different years and locations, but you weren't getting very far, right? You said you even recollect shooting spicy photos with an ex-partner along the way, but then you clearly were traveling. And then you said, clearly traveling mostly solo though, right? Again, another paradox. You literally identified the fact that there was a partner with you, but not really a partner, right? And this is the conversation that effectively brings us to the final part of the dream, because it is the identification point by which you said, I clearly remember briefly stopping at a shop on the road to buy candy. Okay? Now, the last fragment of the dream is going to clarify everything that we've seen so far. And you identified the fact that in the last fragment of the dream, you said that you were sitting outside a cafe with a neighbor whom you don't know in real life. Okay? And this is indications that this is a guide, because it's a neighbor. It's somebody that you articulate the fact that you have camaraderie with, right? Why would you identify them as a neighbor? There's a lot of paradoxes in this dream, but you've never met them in real life, but you feel the camaraderie of someone who knows you well, which would be at the identification point of a neighbor. And what does the guide say to you? You've been living in that house for at least 9 years, right? Because this is what a neighbor would know, right? A neighbor, your guide, would know how long you've been residing in the mansion of the self. And what did you say to them? Immediately you said, no. I've actually been living there for 15 years now, which was not a lie. You'll be living in that house for 16 years in March. But that modality and that moment that you had with the guide is exactly showing you the breakthrough that you're currently having, right? Because you basically said that person was trying to articulate to you something that wasn't true. If it was a guide, they know exactly how long you've been residing in the mansion of the self, right? And the modality by which they said at least 9 years, and you immediately said, no, I've been there for 15 years, which is the space by which you have found the confidence, right? What did we see that was important at the beginning of the dream? Being able to articulate and remember what is energetically important to you. So what do we see that's happening? In the beginning of the dream, you're looking for a relationship where someone prioritizes the things that you yourself identify as important. And we start the dream in the modality by which you impress upon yourself that the 16th is an incredibly important date to you. It cannot be forgotten. It is sacrosanct. Not even for the reason, and this is often what happens when we care about each other, right? When we care about each other, we often recognize what we hold dear, right? So even in the modality by which you don't articulate the actual reason as to why this date is important, but the fact that you know it is what it feels like to be in healthy relationship. Because healthy counterpart won't require us to explain the reason something's important to us. They'll just recognize that it is. And the reason you've been articulating that you've been having all of those journeys, but not destinations, is articulating upon the fact that you said it felt like it was work, right? They didn't feel like it did, those relationships did not feel like finding your bliss. It felt like you were working, that you were the one doing all of the heavy lifting to energetically get from place to place, right? Not necessarily someone that was holding the energetic priority point in terms of where you wanted to get to at a certain time, right? Somebody who holds the same manifestation goal as you do, but feeling like you are being perpetually sidetracked trying to prioritize others' needs instead of your own, which is why you articulated upon the fact that you said it felt like you were moving in different scenes on an ongoing trip, but never getting anywhere. Why? Because you knew the date. You knew where you wanted to be at the time that you wanted to be there, and the modality by which others weren't carrying it forth, right? The fact that it felt like you were helping others get to where they needed to be was just why you weren't in energetically healthy partnership. And you said at one point it felt like you were on a bicycle. That would be identification of friendships, right? Sometimes in a car, which would be the identification point of an actual intimate relationship. And it involved different years and locations. And at one point, again, shooting photos with an ex-partner. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't something that you yourself felt inclined to do, but something that you knew that they themselves would like, because it's a continuation of the identification point of traveling solo. Why are you traveling solo? Because in every one of those experiences, not once did someone articulate and say, the 16th is important to you, right? I have to hold the 16th with as much importance as you yourself do. And then you eventually articulated that at the end of those trips, you said you remember stopping by a shop on the road to buy candy. Why would you be doing that? Why would you be going on those journeys in relationality to not necessarily moving towards your manifestation goal, but fulfilling others' manifestations? Because it feels good to do so, right? Buying candy, it's nice to give, right? It feels energetically satisfying to do things that are fun but not fulfilling. And this brings us to the final part of the dream, which is the modality by which you were sitting at a cafe with a neighbor, and the neighbor said to you something energetically frivolous. You said you've been living in that house for 9 years, and what did you do? You corrected them. Has not been 9 years. It's been almost 16. And that breakthrough, right? The ability to come into the space by which somebody said something innocuous, and you immediately reminded them of your manifestation goal, is what your effective breakthrough is now. Getting better at being able to articulate what is energetically important to you, because it is the reminder that when we articulate what's important to us, it helps us see those that are in alignment to us versus those that don't feel inclined to hold our manifestations as a priority. So your ability of understanding and recognizing the modality by which you've been navigating relationships and feeling energetically frustrated, but also in the space of the dream, learning to get better at articulating your needs, right? Not expecting another person to decipher them, but just being able to state them, is why you are having the context of a breakthrough, because it is the clarity that you're bringing in being able to feel confident in correcting someone if they misconstrue what it is that you yourself actually want or desire. Bottom of the deck on this reading. And again, I like to point this out because the healthy work that we navigate in relationality to doing the work on the self is always equally proportional, right? We understand what we've been receiving that has been lackluster, but also identifying what we're working to resolve to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And the conversation that you have at the end of the dream shows the fact that you're doing breakthrough, or you're doing the work to make sure that you're not back in relationships that feel like they're energetic distractions, right? Something that feels indulgent, something that scratches an itch, but does not actually get you to where you want to go. And the problem is when we entertain relationships that don't hold our same manifestations, we block the possibility of a true relationship to come to us because everybody sees us and they say, oh, you look busy, right? You look busy. You're energetically involved. And the hard part is somebody who's serious can't see us being frivolous with someone and recognize the frivolity isn't serious. So this is you effectively getting better at clarifying the energy around you because again, the modality by which you take a trip to the candy store, which is potentially what you identified some of those relationships feeling like, doesn't leave you energetically available for the modality of someone that truly desires the things that you desire to come towards you. So that is the modality by which you're getting better with navigating and being more conscientious about where and how you expend your energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Let's get those numbers deciphered. Dream coconut, exactly. I need a calculator for this one. And again, 1, 2, the thing you also want to understand with the numerics, because again, we can't read numbers in dreams. 1 + 6 is 7, which is working through finding perfection, right? You had to go through understanding what it wasn't to find what is. Absolutely. And thank you for the help. I appreciate the help, K. Megan. And thank you, Reverendo, for the follow. I can relate. My ex constantly taking us traveling, but never arriving anywhere emotionally. Sending you so much support, Kay. My guide was pretty chill. No, it is a pretty chill guide. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like you're no longer chill. Like you are no longer comfortable with chill, which is not letting something slide. Yeah, always promising it would take us where we needed to go, but running away and taking me along. Sending you support, Kay. Yeah, I finally figured out it was just one big wild goose chase. Sending you support on that journey. I'm actually in a really good relationship with myself right now, but that's what I see in relationality to you sitting there, right? What do we see that you're finally doing in relationship? It's the only space, the end of the reading, you were just sitting still, right? You weren't going all over the place. You were just sitting and being patient in terms of looking for what it is that you were seeking. Candy is really satisfying. Yes, exactly. Satisfying, but not fulfilling. Yeah, I never knew what I was looking for exactly, but I was getting clearer after every relationship. Exactly. You're so welcome, Per. Sending you support on that journey, Kay. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And how many spots left on the list right now? If anybody wants to get on the list right now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 6 spots left today before the list is closed. And the next person on the list for today, if anybody else wants to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for here: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give information in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. You can absolutely grab 2 spots, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. I've got you, Denise. You're the next person on the list today. But before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Denise here. My friends, make sure to give Denise some love. And just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Got a general coming through for Denise. Can I please get 4 cards for Denise, please? Highest priority messages. You know, I feel like I see some kind of situation. And I got to stress this. You know, it's like there's something really important that I feel like I see you doing, and it feels like you having to move away from situations or circumstances that see you as a caretaker is what I keep on getting. You know? And I think it's really relevant, the fact that we saw the fire dragon there is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I want to keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's something I keep on hearing, which is we take care of each other. We're not each other's caretakers, is what I keep on hearing. We take care of each other. We're not each other's caretakers, which is, and I need to, like, the modality or the experience by which, and the reason I keep on getting that is it has to do with recognizing and identifying what feels like healthy boundaries. And the reason I keep on hearing we take care of each other, we're not each other's caretakers, is the modality of, like, I keep on hearing the modality of someone that feels like they have a lack of boundaries will often be articulated in someone who wants to, like, I keep on hearing, like, rush, like someone who wants to, like, rush through, getting to know each other to get just into the space of effectively, like, I keep on hearing, like, just getting into the space of working towards, like, the deep part of an energetic connection. And I keep on hearing this is why we don't rush energetic processes, because and I feel like often, like, the space by which, and I want to describe this, when we understand and recognize that we build into the context of getting to know each other, we don't feel like we have a bait and switch on the other side of building into a heavy, deep relationship, right? Like, this is why we talk about, like, this is why we often talk about the space of a healthy connection is often one that when we experience somebody trying to rush through something, it creates a little state of alarm in us, because it's a modality of saying, like, what are you worried about, right? Like, what are you worried about discovering? Like, what are you worried that I'm going to discover about you that makes one feel like one needs to move with such rapidity? And I feel like there's something really important about that, particularly and especially as it relates to some of the experiences that I feel like you're doing a lot of work to heal from, right? Because I feel like I keep on hearing, and I keep on getting this, like somebody trying to articulate that they've never felt this way before, right? Or the modality by which they articulate and say, like, why wait, right? And this is often why, like I keep on hearing, when we try to slow something down, right? And another person gets bothered by it, that's usually the reason why, right? Like when we try to slow something down and another person starts to project upon the fact that we're trying to take a healthy pace in terms of doing something, that's usually exactly the reason why it was important to slow something down in the first place. Because I keep on hearing, we are not means to each other's ends, right? And the difference between moving towards something that feels energetically stabilizing versus energy that sees us, right? Versus energy that sees us as a means to an end, right? Is the amplification of how another person navigates their own sense of self control in the wake of their own desire. And that modality, right? Often energy that lacks self control in the realm of their desire will see somebody taking necessary precautions, right? They'll see another person wanting to move in a slow, healthy way, and they'll articulate that they feel energetically projected upon and try to make one feel bad and say, why are you so energetically afraid of me? Why are you trying to slow something down? And it's that reactivity, right? The reactivity is the reason. The reactivity is the reason. And the volatility by which another person navigates our own sense of what feels sustainable often articulates exactly, right? It's often exactly the reason why we had to slow something down in the first place. Going slow, I just keep on hearing this, going slow should never create volatility in another. Slowing something down, especially if someone is building into the context of their own confidence. And again, so long as we're building into, so long as we're building into the space by which we are able to articulate, like I keep on hearing, there is a difference between perpetual hesitation, right? By which another person constantly calibrates and articulates and says, I'm not ready, right? Versus being able to articulate the conditions by which another person moves towards something that builds that sense of confidence. This is why it's okay to put time towards things, because the modality by which we put time towards things helps us identify energy that is truly invested in having a connection with us versus another who only sees us as a means to an end. And I keep on getting this. If you are effectively, clearly, if you are articulating your emotions from a place of rationale, reason, and sanity, and another person meets rational, reasonable, and sane emotions with hostility, that is exactly why that person is not safe to be around, right? That being rational, reasonable, and sane with what it is you're asking for should never elicit volatility in another. And often the modality by which another person is volatile as we're asking for something that is rational, reasonable, and sane is exactly why, right? You're not going to get an answer. The volatility is the answer on why it was the right decision. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, King of Cups, right? Energy that gets it understands why another person has trepidation. Someone in an emotionally balanced place, and especially particularly when it comes towards, it feels like towards masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, right? Healthy masculine energy will say you have got every reason. Your feeling of stability is my priority, right? That's what healthy masculine energy says. Your stability is my priority, right? And the modality by which we articulate and recognize or feel that sense of stability is often the calibration point of seeing a masculine that's in a healthy emotional space, because it's a modality by which they can leverage their own desire over another person's comfortability. But when another person articulates upon how they feel, and another person goes into the space of volatility, how could you even like the space by which they project things on it, right? They make accusations about our feelings in terms of how they make them feel. That is often the energy that tells on themselves, right? Like the energy that gets upset and demands the fact that they're good, in the space by which we slow something down, being like, that was never the conversation that one was having. But it's interesting that you're articulating upon the fact that you're good in the context of experiencing someone saying, I would feel safer if we slowed something down. Why would you even articulate that? It's the energy that often tells on themselves in the context of the projection that they elicit in the context of something that has nothing to do with what it is that's energetically happening. So if that's occurring, don't get upset, pay attention, right? Energy like that, energy that's not in a healthy space, will never articulate upon the fact that they have violent tendencies or the fact that they don't have emotional regulation. It's up to us to energetically discern that via the energetic responsibility that we have navigating and building into a sense of stability and security as it relates to honoring each other's choices. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. We've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, dear. Hi, Adam. Sending you support on that journey. Stepping stones. Hi there, Vox. Yeah, I'm not someone else's means. That hit this morning. Absolutely. And good vibes. Grand Rising, dear. Thank you, Dawn, for the follow. And thank you for that gift, good vibes. Vox, yes, I'm building a foundation and like to understand the steps. I was never allowed to ask. You should always, again, a healthy space always allows for questions. To get on the list, XS, all you do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Thank you for the help. All right, and let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is K. Megan. If any, and Kay, can you, it seems to me, I think that you've posted most of your questions up on the disco for anybody who's joining us. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can post that information if you are a super fan in our subscriber only disco channel, or you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. Excellent. Yeah, I saw, and here's the thing about it, like that's the thing with the fire dragon energy, Denise, right? I didn't know that that was your sign, but I feel like there's something important in relationality to understanding that, like, it says to me, like, another person's hostility is often the confirmation, right? The unreasonable hostility that is the confirmation, right? And especially, I keep wondering, especially if someone becomes hostile and energetically projects things that you're not even saying about them, right? Like it's like that is what I keep on seeing in relationality to working through the space. Like I keep on hearing, and it's hard, right? Because energy like that, one reveals themselves in the ability by which it's not safe to navigate their hostility, right? Sending you support on that journey. All right. Before we continue right now, we are going to do another intuition check. So I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm just pulling up Kay's questions, both outside too. We've got 2 different questions coming through. Hold on a minute. Okay. Reading number 1. I've been biting off more than I can chew and burning my candle at both ends, but I find it impossible to sit still and rest. I've been still for so long and just want to start my real life and push my manifestation goals into existence. I don't know whether to recalibrate or continue to trust the process. Any advice from the higher self or from the guides? All right. Can I please get, what a beautifully stated question. And guys, make sure to, I'm going to pin up Kay here. Please make sure to give Kay some love. 4 cards, please. I mean, the first thing that's coming through very strongly, and I feel like you need to write this down, you're never late for your own journey. You're never late for your own journey. And I would be very curious as to when your Saturn return was, because I do feel like you've gone through a maturation process. And the space by which we start getting more conscientious with how we spend our time is often the journey by which we're healing our relationship to Saturn. So I feel like that is a lot of the work by which I think that you have to recognize that it's very common, right? When we're healing our relationship to Saturn, is getting mad at ourselves because we felt like we were squandering our time before we had our Saturn return. You're exactly in the modality that you need to be in order to accomplish your manifestation goals. However, I think the hard part about this is not getting, you have to recognize that when I say that you're never late for your own journey, like the anchoring point that you need to start giving yourself when you feel like that is saying to oneself, I am exactly where I need to be. I am exactly where I need to be. And if you're exactly where you need to be, right, the question is, what is the next best thing that I need to be doing, right? And as it relates to the manifestation goals, right, the most important thing, right, Spirit articulates this. We need to make sure that we're preserving our energetic vessel even as we're moving towards our manifestation goals, right? A healthy manifestation is not going to require you to be burning at, like firing at all cylinders, because the modality by which we navigate, and this is something that's very energetic, important to remember, okay? Happiness is not going to be on the other side of that manifestation goal, okay? Your personal happiness is not going to be found on the other side of any manifestation goal. It should feel like an amplification of bliss. So the question that I think that you need to be asking yourself right now as it relates to the manifestation goals is, if you're moving towards a manifestation goal, but you feel exhausted, if you feel like you don't have enough of energy, right? What can you be doing better to create that state of bliss? Because what is the point of moving towards a manifestation goal if you're not in a state of bliss as you move towards it, right? The state of bliss is the point. And I think that one of the things that we see that you need to do right now is potentially articulating whatever these manifestation goals are, saying, this is what I want to achieve. And this is the state of bliss that I hope to arrive towards it in, right? This is what the day-to-day is going to look like. This is how I'm going to feel as I move towards it. Because often what happens is when we get so focused on those manifestation goals, right? We forget, we forget to find joy on the way. And we have to carry our joy to the manifestation goal. Because if we get to the manifestation goal and you're expecting to find joy there, you're going to be just as exhausted when you get to that manifestation goal, because there's going to be other manifestation goals behind that one, right? It's the journey of reaching manifestation goals is never ending. So being able to identify and operate in a state of bliss as you move towards a manifestation goal, I feel like that needs to be your manifestation right now, right? And I feel like that is the question you need to write down. How can I change this? How can I operate in a state of bliss? Right? How can I move towards those manifestation goals, but in a way that feels like I'm finding my bliss every step of the way? And if that might have to require you, right? That might have to require you to recalibrate, right? It may have to require you to have those moments by which you say a little too much of this, right? I feel too energetically exhausted. And I like to point out something that's healthy, right? Something that's healthy and supportive of us is not going to take us being able to identify and recognize what feels like it's stabilizing personally, right? There are some modalities here where you may recognize that you may need to energetically disappoint some of the energy around the self. But the modality by which you amplify and articulate to another what is effectively possible, right? What is energetically achievable in the modality or the experience by which you effectively articulate what you yourself are trying to do, and not just how you're trying to do it, the way that you're trying to do it is going to make sure, right? I keep on hearing, what is the point of working towards a manifestation goal if you don't have the state of bliss as you're arriving towards it? It doesn't require you to sacrifice it. It's actually calling upon you to find it. I do want to give you some, and it's interesting too, because there's one card that I didn't get to pull over at this point, and I feel like this is a lot of that seven. It's a lot of that Seven of Swords in its upright, right? I feel like, I don't know why, like I feel like you are healing from some kind of experience or situation by which another person was trying to make you feel like rest was self-indulgent. And I need to stress this, right? Rest is part of the journey too. We work to rest. We work to rest. And so I want you to understand, if you are working through the space by which you feel bad resting, I'm going to tell you the prescription right now is to rest more, right? If you've worked, and I want you to understand this, like a little rest as a reward, okay? a little rest as a reward, right? The modality, and I keep on hearing like this, the fact that you like, and I keep on hearing it shouldn't be the last thing you should do. It should be something that you energetically prioritize. And I want to describe this. If there is energy around you that makes you feel bad, like finding yourself in a state of rest, then that is the shape of what it is that you're healing from, is what I keep on seeing. Right? So I want you to make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're prioritizing rest. And again, especially, I keep on hearing, especially if you feel like there are a million things to be done, that never goes away, right? Here's the thing about it, right? A fulfilling life is often the space by which there's more to do than our hands can do. But that's why recognizing that that is the nature of a fulfilling life, right? That often being in the space of fulfillment is saying to oneself, I don't have any room to have my hands free, is why it's important that we energetically carve out the time to make sure that we have some time that we build into the context of appreciating and enjoying our own energetic leisure and privacy. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. You know, this is like, I got this energy around you. Like, again, like this nine of wands, you know, like this is, I feel like this is something that you gotta like, what is this, ancestral? What is this, ancestral? right? Like somebody around you saying like, what are you doing, right? Like, how can you rest at a time like this? I keep on hearing it's a poverty mentality. It's a poverty mentality. It's a poverty mentality to, to see somebody energetically resting and to traumatize them in the state of resting. Because in order to work effectively, one needs to rest. And the modality that often says, you know, like the modality by which, and I feel like I keep on hearing, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing this from one of your guides saying it's a poverty mentality, is the modality that says energy that faults one for taking the time that one needs to energetically feel their best is often what happens in the space by which another person amplifies and articulates that rest is a luxury, right? Like that's why it's a poverty mentality, because the modality by which another person sees something that's necessary, right? Something that sees something that's necessary and tries to identify that it's a luxury is a poverty mindset, because it's a modality by which another person says, right? There's no ability to rest. There's no room by which you can do that because, right, we're constantly in the space by which we need to effectively keep going. So I feel like this is you. Like I think that there's something about you healing that and understanding, right? Like it's a poverty mindset because it's a modality by which it makes you feel bad, because I keep on hearing resting is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Resting is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list is closed. Smila, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after K. Megan, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Time is never wasted. I love that. And I got you on the list, dear. Looking forward to our reading. Yeah, so like Saturn will do that, bringing in that healthier structure. No, Saturn and Neptune are moving back into Aries soon. Yeah, fear of failure. Failing who? You know? Take it day by day. Exactly. Always asking for rest, and it's always seen as I was always asking for rest, and it was always seen as unnecessary. And that's what I see. Like that's the poverty mindset that you're working to heal from, right? We work to rest. Yep. Thank you, dear. I've literally forgotten how to rest. I've had the weirdest, most intense dream last night. I need a reading, but I have meetings all day. Well, if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, Hannah, you can secure your spot and you'll be the first person read for. I'm happy to do that if you want to secure a spot tomorrow. Yep, absolutely. And Zoe, thank you for the follow as well. You can also, like, I need to point this out as well. If you want to book a private dream reading, I can make you the recording and send it to you. So there's that too, Hannah, okay? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, we're actually doing another read for Kay. But before we continue with Kay's readings, just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed for the day. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. And you can have readings on anything in private readings. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles within Intuition Check. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on this today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the bear. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Ava, lovely question. Yep, I'm just reading over some of the comments I may have missed. Hold on a minute. And Zoe, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I hope to be around when you read them. It'll be interesting. I've also distanced myself from two friends who have told me I'm privileged for having time to rest. Poverty, yeah. Thank you for confirmation on what I just said. I've never entered the space of guilting them for working themselves too hard. I'm going to repeat what I said in the reading, right? Rest is not a luxury. It's a necessity. And if somebody is articulating that it's a luxury, that's a poverty mindset. Yeah, it is an unfair projection. Oh, me as an African American have been trained not to feel safe in the probability of a break. I'm sending you so much support on that as well, Dr. Genuine. But this is the ability, like this is how we effectively articulate and identify what it is that we work to heal. We navigate, and I like to point out something that we desire is not too much to ask as long as it is reciprocal to something that we would eagerly give another person, right? Like that is the calibration point of how we bring compassion to ourselves, right? If it's something that we would eagerly give another, it's not too much to ask for ourselves. And it's hard work because a lot of trauma articulates that that's too much for us to be able to navigate, you know? That is literally the sound of us giving back to ourselves the bare minimum. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. And Ava, what is the difference between a life path and an Akashic again? Absolutely. So a life path is going to help you understand what you energetically need to embody in this moment to help you get over an energetic hurdle that you're currently experiencing. And Akashic is going to be more of a conversation in relationality to your higher path and your highest purpose. So one is going to help you more with the activation points or the verbs that you need in order to energetically get somewhere. Akashic is going to be articulating upon what that higher purpose is. What is the, like, why you're working so hard towards something to be able to energetically understand, like keep that perspective in terms of something that you're currently experiencing. Thank you, dear. And thank you as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. As I mentioned, we've got 3 cards today. Kath, can I get on the list? Hold list from Saturday. I got you, dear. One sec. Let me just confirm. Saturday. Let's see. Yep, I got you here. Your highest, we got you the highest gifter there. Thank you, dear. All right, I've added you back to the list. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. So if anybody else would like to get on the list today, 2 more spots before we close the list. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective as well, Dr. Genuine. Appreciate you. All right, let's continue right now. I'm going to pin up Kay here, and we're going to do the second reading. And thank you for becoming a member of my fan club too, dear. All right, guys, make sure to give Kay some love. And again, thank Kay for all their help moderating. Reading number 2. I've spent the last year waiting to call my grandmother. I used to call her every few months, but now it's been over a year. I think about it almost every day, and it's always at the top of my to-do list, but I just feel blocked and not completely sure why. Any advice? 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages. Two more. And 1 more. It's interesting because I want to describe, I feel like I see something here. that you're navigating that feels like, I want to describe it as, it feels a little bit, it feels a little hard to explain, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Um, and I feel like something I'm identifying, I don't know why, I don't know why I keep on getting something in, like, something in proportionality here as it relates to, like, is there a rigid view here? You know? It feels very, and I want to, and it does, like, and one of the things I'm seeing here too is it does feel, um, like, I feel like there's something about you navigating through some kind of energetic experience by which, like, I almost see like the space of which being a worried, like, I feel like I see like almost like a conversation that feels a little bit like a minefield, is what I keep on seeing. Like the anxiety point of effectively someone saying something by which you're afraid. Like, it's almost weird because it's like not the space by which you're afraid to say something, but the modality by which you're afraid to hear something that might change your energetic opinion on someone, is what I keep on seeing. And there's a couple of there's something that's interesting that's coming through right now. And what's wild about it is it feels like it's coming through from one of your guides. And the best way I keep on seeing this is, and it's interesting too because it's talking about, and I want to work through something here, okay? And it has to do with the nature of an energetically changing mind. And the thing about a changing mind is working through, there are some things that we hold on to, right? We hold on to some things because we energetically believe them to be true. And then we hold on to some things because we've shaped the impression of our entire experience upon them, right? And the modality by which, and this is what happens often when someone reaches a maturation point, and this is why we often talk about the fact that, like, there's analogies that talk about the space of when somebody reaches an age point, it's hard to teach them something new because it rends the fabric of the experience in terms of something that another person based their life and purpose upon. And I feel like there's something about that says to me that the space by which, and I feel like the understanding and the nature of recognizing or identifying, right? The gravitational point of someone potentially holding on to something, not because they believe it firmly, but because it's the ability to let go of it might create an instability point in them in relationality to what they effectively allowed the context of informing their past actions to be. I feel like there's something in recognition of helping someone better understand a world that they see as chaotic and confusing, is what I keep on getting, right? There's a lot of this, like, I feel like there's a lot of this shell, like, there's a lot of shell energy. There's a lot of this shell energy that I see, right? And the ability of navigating, I keep wondering, the ability of navigating someone that is rigid. I keep wondering, they're not rigid, they're sheltered, right? They're not rigid, they're sheltered. And the modality of understanding, and I feel like that's kind of a gift that you could effectively be in relationality to building a connection with this person. Because I keep on seeing the modality by which you see them as, right? I keep wondering the modality by which you see them as, I keep wondering, a sheltered library is what I keep on hearing, right? Like when you effectively recognize that they are someone, right? They have a history within them that you have only energetically scratched the surface upon, right? And so I feel like this is how you can better work to heal the rift between you and another person. Because I see one person that has a lot of, like, I keep on hearing, like, they very much have a lot of deep memories, right? And the ability of understanding memory can give us context to where we find each other, right? Why is this person like that? Is what I keep on hearing. Why is this person like that? That person right there, like that sheltered library energy, they have the answer. Is what I keep on hearing. They can tell you exactly all of the facets of something that another person might not be energetically inclined to articulate to you, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that even in the modality by which, and I think that this is what you have to kind of arrive to, right? There's going to be moments by which this energy says something to you that feels untrue, right? The modality by which, I feel like there's a modality by which this energy looks at the world and feels like the world has profoundly lost something, right? And I think that the hard thing that will be potentially required to you in relationality to building connection like this is identifying that it's not something that's lost, but something that has been found, right? And I think that is, and that's what I keep on hearing. There's two different modalities by which to build conversation. One, arrive to the conversation with questions, right? When you look at somebody and say, this is an energy do I have do I want to put before them, right? What have they seen that I could not even understand? And so that modality of potentially coming towards them in a way with a desire to understand and know is going to help deepen and broaden the energetic conversations that you can potentially have with them, but also recognizing that you're going to have to navigate their energetic confusion in relationality to what's occurring right now. And again, I keep wondering, not getting triggered when you have those uncomfortable moments. That is when you can become a library to them, which is to say, I think that you might be, I think that you might have heard the wrong thing, or I think you might be misunderstanding that. Let me give you a little bit of context or clarity. So I feel like that is the work that could potentially have with you, because I see that they are very recessed and you're very progressive, but the ability of energetically connecting, right? You building into the space of coming into their archive that brings them out of their shell, and them feeling the confidence of being able to recognize and understand that they can learn things from you as well. And I keep on hearing, give them the benefit of the doubt. Bottom of the deck. Give them the benefit of the doubt is what I keep on seeing. Sometimes energy can surprise you with what they know or what they understand. And I think that in a way, you know, even in the space by which, I feel like this is the hard part about it. There's a difference between, right, not understanding something and intentionally having offense towards it, is what I keep on hearing. There is a difference between I keep on hearing the difference between oblique and intentional is the modality of seeing something and not understanding it versus having an intentional feeling upon it. And the way that we're able to fortify against the difference between oblique or intentional is by giving someone clarity, right? When another person receives that clarity and they were being oblique, they're usually grateful for it, right? It's the modality by which another person says, thank you. I didn't realize that. I didn't understand that. I appreciate the fact of you clarifying it. Versus intentional, which is someone saying, I don't believe that's true. Or I refuse to accept that. So allow the space by which you understand that there may be modalities by which this energy makes mistakes. And your ability to clarify instead of getting upset is how you can determine whether it's oblique or intentional. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I have 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also going to be doing a giveaway on the Clock app when we get to 50K likes today, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Okay. Oh, that's okay, Hannah. Absolutely. Whenever you're available, you know I'll be here. She has quite rigid views. Thank you for confirming. Yes, definitely. Simp, I keep waking up at the right time. I auto woke up at 4:04 a.m. yesterday. Oh, that's wild. And this time I woke up at 5:55. That is wild. Agent, thank you for the follow, dear. Yes, she has a big shell. That makes sense. Oh, and again, thank you guys for supporting each other through these readings. This reading's helping a lot. How are you doing today, Trendstanista? It's been a moment. I hope you're doing well. You're so welcome, Kay. I feel like I've been through so much the last year, I wouldn't know how to tell her any of it. But this is what I keep on hearing, right? Not feeling the sense of telling, but arriving to the conversation with questions, right? Like, it's okay to have that conversation and have that list of questions that you want to articulate to them. You're so welcome, dear. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for is Smila. Smila, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. And you can book readings for anything in private readings on my site. Okay, and before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I've got Smila here. Looks like we're doing an Akashic. Guys, make sure to give Smila some love. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Oh, Lord. So, I feel like there's something to be said in relationality to, I just want to describe this. I see you very much in a very heavy protective vibration. And the thing about energy that is very, very protective is there are those who have no idea what you've gone through. There are those who have no idea what you've endured. And I want to stress this. If you've gone through situations and circumstances by which you have not become the same force or nature that you yourself experienced, I want you to recognize and identify that you've already energetically fulfilled your purpose to a certain extent. Because it's very hard to have to effectively navigate situations by which we see, I keep on hearing, the lowest common denominator of anything that exists is the space of another that just sees something or someone as a means to an end. And this is what we talk about with true spirituality, right? In a perfect world, nobody would be in that modality. Nobody would be in that mentality. But there are those that don't care, right? And that lack of care, right? Like that lack of care is often most amplified by those who feel energetically entitled to experience, right? And that entitlement is often the sound of someone who feels like the rules do not energetically apply to them, right? The modality of someone who feels, I keep wondering, clever energy feels like they're getting around something that everybody else chooses to navigate because they know it creates a better world, right? It's the modality by which another person literally identifies and goes, oh, I figured out something. I don't have to do anything. Being like, you shouldn't have to, you should want to, right? That's what empathy is. Why would you not work? Why would you not be in a space by which you want to be an energetic force of positivity? And often the energy that articulates that says something bad happened to me. Why should I do something good in return? Congratulations. You just became the thing that hurt you, right? The modality by which we articulate that the trauma that we experience gives us approval to become our worst version of self, that is exactly the modality by which all hope has been lost. Because it is the space by which we experience something and we know it's not okay. And we say, I'm going to move forward from that and never be the force by which another person ever has to experience it. That is the modality of the love, right? The modality of the love that we bring to experiences, because our song is never again. And often in the space by which we do that, we break an energetic cycle. And it's not easy, because often in the space of doing it, it's not the fact by which we ourselves experience something good, but the modality by which we recognize that we are the walking representation of the gift of being in an experience by which we say we can do better than this. And again, if you experience those modalities, if you worked through those experiences by which you had to navigate hardship after hardship, but you didn't let it change you, I want you to understand that never were you working more on the side of spirit than having to go through those experiences and not becoming the same force that made you feel like it was okay that something happened to you in the first place. And I feel like I got a lot of this energy here that I'm identifying, that I feel like a lot of it is, and I almost feel like it's energetically proportional, right? I see you kind of working through the space by which you doubt yourself. I see you working through the space by which you've had to have a lot of energy make you feel like you have to question. And I keep on hearing, energy that makes you question your sanity is exactly what you need to walk away from. The modality by which you experience hurt, and then you try to articulate that another person is hurting you, and the modality by which another person tries to articulate to you upon the fact that there's something wrong with you because you yourself are articulating the fact that they have hurt you, is exactly the sound of why you had to walk away from certain situations. And I know how hard it was, because I can see these situations that almost feel like, I feel like a lot of this, and I would not be surprised if you've had to like literally move away from some of these situations, because I keep on seeing it's not just the space of someone actively hurting you, but trying to make you question yourself in the space by which you are articulating, right? And this is the message that I see. Regardless of our intention, when another person says that they're being hurt, the answer should not be, I don't believe you. It should be, I am sorry. Let me change that. Because everything I keep on seeing, and I need to stress this too, and I want you to understand this as you continue on your journey, right? Nobody gets to say to you, oh, I did that to make you strong. Watch how quickly that song changes, right? Watch how quickly you are wrong becomes I was trying to make you strong. Look how quickly it'll change. You were wrong to I was trying to make you strong. Because that is the sound of someone that tries to effectively come back towards you after they've energetically hurt you, seeing you overcome something, and then try to shoot the final arrow at you by saying, this is what I intended all along. All of that pain, you're welcome, right? All of that pain, I get to get credit for. Because if I did not put you through that, why would you be so strong? You shouldn't have had to be. We do not articulate. We do not sacrifice our joy to each other to try to amplify that we were trying to make us energetically strong, because that is what I mean about the amplification of trauma becoming the force of trauma. Somebody saying, oh, I was trying to energetically prepare you for how bad it was out there, by which the only badness that we experienced is the energy that was trying to prepare us for the badness that was never there, right? The delusion that the trauma creates, that we have to prepare each other for the worst, and we become the worst person that another person has ever experienced. And so even in that modality, having to recognize, and I know that this is difficult to say, some energy is too dangerous to love. And this is the shape by which another person shows us that they have not healed. Because when someone cares about us, they do the work that their love feels like love. We do the work to make sure that we don't project our fears onto each other. We don't project our anxiety. We control that force, and we make sure that the amplification of care that we identify within is expressed as such without. We don't articulate to another person and say, I'm sorry that you went through that, but I loved you. And I haven't done the work to heal. So anytime I try to express love to you, it feels like pain. Nobody should have to endure that. And often the space by which we have to put distance, I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see that you're healing. Rest assured, if you had to put distance from situations, your ability of saying, it's not okay, and I will not stay here for it, was the activation of a lot of others' healing journeys. But I know how hard that is, because it can often feel thankless. But rest assured, I've got a lot of energy and spirit that thanks you for drawing that line in the sand and saying this goes no further. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Let them have their you know what? Let them have their stories. Let them have their stories. Unhealthy energy will always sing, will always articulate. They'll articulate that you are the force that they effectively applied towards you. Energy that gets it, gets it. Energy that gets it can see another person projecting, right? The modality by which another person, they only get to do it once, is what I keep on hearing. The second time they do it, another person sees it. And that's why I keep on getting that there may be a lot of energy that tries to come to apologize for you to you. You don't need to accept another person's apology. It's okay to accept an apology at a distance too, because I keep on hearing an apology does not have strings attached to it. An apology does not change the space by which we put proximity between us and another. And I keep on hearing, I know it's difficult, but this is you moving towards happier territory. It's taking time, it's taking patience, but you've got a lot of energy pulling for you in spirit. And I feel like you also recognize and understand the gift that you are for those who understand not only who you are, but what you've been through and how hard it's been to be able to maintain that open heart in the face of a lot of this trauma. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Smila. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Kay. Oh, you have a great day, Kay. Thank you. Get some rest. And guys, please thank Kay for all their help moderating today. I feel like I've definitely had people misunderstand me. I would not be surprised if you don't have energy come back to you years later and say, I'm sorry. I did not see, like I did not see how you were doing something in the best way possible, right? But it's saying to me, like, that is you actively, like, having to be the force of healing in a lot of energy's lives. Thank you as well. When I tell you, you're so on point. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Dr. Genuine. That's right. Coming out in a survival mode to a successful mindset. Exactly. It's hard sometimes to not change. I know, I can see that because and I want you to say, I don't want you to lose hope. You know, I see a lot of that energy there with that. And I feel like you understand, the modality by which we do not say, like, we do not say that we have to save each other. We save ourselves for one another. And I feel like you need to write that down. We save ourselves for one another, right? You cannot be the energetic, like, survival force of another, right? And another person saying, like, and I want to point out, like, another person saying, if you go, I'm going to do this, like, that is somebody holding themselves hostage in their own experience, right? That is not the space by which you have to carry that burden of guilt. Absolutely, dear. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you, Annie, for also connecting to it. Oh, absolutely. And Dr. Genuine, so we're here every day doing free readings for the collective. I know you came in late, but every day we do a free collective reading. So if you missed that, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos and over on the place where we keep the photos, and as a podcast over on Spot and Stack. So thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, we've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Okay. Guidance on how to navigate this year's life events. 4 cards, please, for Kath. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. 2 more, please. I feel like I see something happening for you this year, but the space by which something is happening is the modality by which you could not be, and I want to describe this. And I feel like there's something really important that I see that you're working through as it relates to, and I want to describe this. We could have a desire to stay in an energetic situation, but that desire to stay is the understanding that our emotions cannot energetically fix things. What fixes things is fixing things. And I think it's really, really difficult because I see the fact that in some way, shape, or form right now, you have a beautiful gift in being able to see the possibilities, right? In relationality to what needs to change. I keep on hearing we could make this place beautiful. Is what I keep on getting. Right? We could make this place beautiful. But it's like I keep on hearing we can make this place beautiful, but everybody needs to do their part. Right? And that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to you working through something. Is it's not the space by which, like I keep on hearing, it should not be the space by which you have to make yourself exhausted to be able to energetically pick the slack up of energy that's around you to a certain extent. And I think that the hard part about it is I see you like working into some kind of context of energetic departure for something. And I keep on hearing the way you'll know it's time to go is when you've effectively exhausted you've exhausted every method by which you've effectively articulated to another person that you would desire to stay, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like I don't know why I'm picking up on this in relationality to something, right? Big plans require an ability to energetically embrace change, right? Big plans require an ability to embrace change. And I feel like the thing about it is I see that you're in that force of change. Like you understand the shape of something changing. And I would not be surprised, and I want to describe this, crumbling infrastructure is the modality by which we say we need to do something. And someone's saying, this has always worked this way before, right? And being like somebody being like, oh, we just need to wait till something goes back to the way it was before. There's never been anything that's gone back in all of human experience, right? And I feel like that's what's happening here. I see some kind of situation of somebody being like, oh, we just need to ride something out, and being like, ride out what? Right? It's not the fact that something is going backwards. It's going to be different, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's hard because I literally, and I keep on seeing the sound of you effectively departing from something is effectively going to feel, right? I keep on seeing it. It's like and it's like, I feel like it's you kind of identifying and saying to someone, like, you're not leaving, but the stagnation is creating something sinking, right? And I want you to understand, you don't have to have, the space by which, you energetically work towards something. And I feel like that's what's so difficult about it. I can literally see a situation by which you're saying to somebody, like I really don't want to go, but I feel like I have to because they're so energetically resistant to recognizing and identifying the changes in relationality to what they need to be doing differently. And the bright side is I feel like I see you moving into a space before the closure of the year by which you feel a lot more energetically balanced. Somebody who appreciates, right? The sound of someone who appreciates the work that you bring towards things. Um, the hard part about it is like I almost feel like, you know, and this is like the sadness that I'm picking up upon it. Like I almost see a situation by which you leave somewhere and then everybody energetically follows you, right? Like that, like that's what I keep on seeing, right? I literally see a situation by which another, like, and I want to point out, like, I feel like I see a situation by which you are often the one articulating upon energetic concerns that others have, right? And I keep on hearing that's the sound of you sticking your neck out. And I like to point this out. If someone doesn't realize that you are the energetic tip of the iceberg, then they're energetically going to crash into it as soon as you go, you know? I've seen this. I've done this reading before for individuals. It's ridiculous. And every time I read for somebody like this, I'm like, this is like, you know, like I see somebody being like, why are you the only one saying something? It's like, because you've got, like, I feel like there's a bunch of energy. Like you having to say to someone, I'm the only one confident enough to tell you. You know, I'm the only one confident enough to tell you. And this is often the sound by which another person, like I keep on hearing the pleas of many falling upon the deaf ears of one that is working tenaciously to try to bring something to another person's attention, but their ego that gets too much in the way by which they think that it's only a personal thing, but really the modality by which that person goes, right? That's the plug. Like that's the energetic, right? Like that's the energetic plug by which everything flows away because you are the one, like you are the one that everybody recognized was putting their energetic effort towards being the articulation of what needed to change, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something really important about that. And something about that point of importance is articulating or amplifying in relationality to the fact that I see, right, the new opportunity that I see is an energetic space that's very conscientious of that, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know where this other place is, but I feel like this is an energy that's very attenuated to recognizing. I keep on hearing the squeaky wheel is all wheels. The squeaky wheel is all wheels, which is the modality of someone recognizing that when another person speaks up about something, they're usually not the only person that experiences it, but the ability of the person that's doing so is effectively the amplification of the energy that's brave enough to effectively say that. And I keep on hearing the energetic connection that I see that you're moving towards is someone who appreciates and values the fact that you'll speak up, right? Not the energy that feels, right? I keep on hearing the energy that says, go away, what's happening, is what I keep on hearing. Go away, what's happening, right? Somebody who's in a constant state of confusion because they're going, what's happening? And someone being like, this is what's happening, being like, I don't want to hear it, right? Like that is the stagnation force of someone that's effectively like out to, I keep on hearing like they're refusing, like they're refusing to energetically change, and so they energetically stagnate. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah. Like I don't know what this is. Like I keep on hearing, like I don't know why there's this like six of pentacles rocking the boat in the best way possible, is what I keep on getting. You rock a boat that rocks is a sturdy ship, is what I keep on hearing. A boat that rocks is a sturdy ship, which is the modality of effectively being able to address something that's happening rather than pretending something's not happening. And I don't know why I keep on hearing you trying to say to someone, your silence speaks volumes. You know, like that, I literally see somebody saying your silence is deafening. right? That's what I keep on hearing. The deafening silence of someone that refuses to energetically articulate upon something that's not happening. And so I almost see, like, I don't know what this is. It feels like you're in some kind of like, you're in some kind of like professional situation where somebody's in a freeze state, right? Which is being like, we just need to keep, like somebody being like, we just need to keep our heads down, right? And not go noticed, and being like that position, everybody can energetically see, right? Like I almost see you saying to somebody like, we should be loud right now, not quiet, right? And I feel like there's like, even in the modality, I keep on hearing like something about this. Like if you're having those conversations, I keep on seeing you're not doing it in a vacuum. Others see it. Like others see the fact that you're working tenaciously on trying to be the energetic force of change. And that's what I meant in saying like prepare. Like it's interesting, I keep on hearing prepare for what happens after your energetic departure is what I keep on hearing, right? Because I feel like it's whatever is happening right now that you're feeling pushback on, the energy around you is paying close attention, right? And I keep on seeing the modality. I keep wondering, somebody feels like they're making an example, they're setting the wrong energetic example. Like I keep on, like when I keep on hearing prepare for departure, I mean like the modality by which you move away from something, like I just keep on seeing it's going to be like the bottom dropped out of something, especially if you've been the one articulating what everybody else has been too afraid to say. Oh, thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one spot left for today before the list is closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight upon anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. No, you're the next person on the list, dear. Perfect timing. I'm already on the edge, exploring new opportunities. And Dr. Genuine, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like you're already there. You know? I totally agree. They're silent whenever I ask for new projects or want to move to a new one. Like that's I feel like, and that's what I meant in terms of like I see you moving away from someone being like that was the best, like that was the best one, right? And it's like I feel like it's going to be like when you move away from something, it's going to be like the writing on the wall. It's like I feel like that's the energy that doesn't recognize the shape of what they've done. They're going to find out. Hi there. How are you doing, Osiris? I mean, I feel like, I think that there's something to be said. I don't know. I'm not big into the identification point of building completely in silence. I feel like the ability of being able to articulate to others, like what we effectively identify and recognize, a healthy manifestation goal is one that we mutually share. But I understand the modality by which we often feel like we need to do that, you know? Yeah, it's like they're not really serious whenever we voice our needs. And that's what I keep on getting. Like, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's a lot of energy that sees you doing that work on their behalf, but they're paying a lot of close attention. Yeah, it's going to be like, it's like, I keep on seeing, it's like, I keep on hearing your departure is the tip of an iceberg, is what I keep on getting. I mean, feelings aren't, it's interesting that you're saying, I mean, why are you articulating feelings aren't facts? You know? I mean, what are, like, feelings are energetic feelings are like they're real, right? And I like to point out, like, we don't want to be, I often hear when somebody says feelings aren't facts, we want to make sure that we're not denying our feelings about things, right? We fortify our feelings by being able to put healthy directions attached to them, because that's how feelings become facts. And thank you for those gifts, Dr. Genuine. And Alay, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Oh, welcome. And thank you for joining us from Ghana. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we are at 36.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. So please, if you're interested in securing that spot, you can go ahead and do so. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers, 4 cards for a donation of 23 for subscribers. Binks in my Lio, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and Love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes. You can post it in the notes when we have the reading, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. And we've got here a message that was sent over, so I just need a moment to read over it. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay, one moment, please. Inside tea. Hold on, guys. I need a moment to read over this, so please just give me a moment as I read over the information that this reading is involved in. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. Oh, dear. Oh, Lord. Mm-hmm. Yeah, can I get... Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. All right. And before we continue right now, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Frog energy. All right. Thank you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 2 more. So, and it's interesting too, because a lot of this reading is it's coming through the context of it's coming through the context of an angelic guide. And the first thing, and we're just gonna address this, right? This is why we talk about the fact that a healthy spiritual journey is not for the meek and not for the weak. Because I feel like what's effectively happening right now is that you're going through a maturation process that is energetically creating distance in some of the energy around you, is what I keep on seeing. And I don't think that you're doing, like, it's not even, and I want to say the way that you can usually recognize that that's happening is potentially seeing the fact that you're saying that you're identifying the force of feeling like something has changed with those around you. And I want to describe this in the context of the fact that your sister said to you, this energy hasn't changed. They've always been like this. This is what we talk about in relationality to an awakening process. That's the funny thing about awakening. Awakening isn't the modality by which everything changes. It's a modality by which we see things that we couldn't see before. And as soon as I started doing this reading, my third eye was burning like mad, right? Because you're seeing, right? You're seeing some kind of quality and characteristic in another that is really painful to energetically witness. And what are we effectively seeing that you're recognizing? A tendency to exclude, right? The exclusivity in doing something in relationality to what another person desires to do without a lot of consideration as to how another person might energetically experience it. And I keep on getting that the space by which, and I like to describe this too, and I don't know why this is coming through, but I keep on hearing unhealthy energy builds into favorites, is what I keep on getting. Like unhealthy energy builds into favorites, which is the modality by which another person tries to create, right? I keep on hearing, an overly invested emotional connection with someone that feels like it borders on an intimate relationship. And the modality by which I keep on hearing that often when we come into the space of healing, right, we can see that energetic tendency in another, which we often identify as codependent tendencies, right? A healthy friendship is not one that allows the space of having someone that is perpetually in another's orbit. But when we're coming through a maturation process, often the space by which we start to mature is when another person says, we're losing energetic connection. But what they're really saying is, you're not paying enough energetic attention to me, right? You're not focusing on me enough. So the modality by which you're experiencing this is almost like I said, the space by which you identified something that you and another person planned upon. And even in the space by which you saw that you were energetically accommodating when another individual wanted to participate, right? The work that you do to try to allow for the inclusion of others, but another person effectively in creating a false sense of choice, right? The modality of effectively trying to articulate the fact that there could only be like one other person that effectively move towards them in that way is, again, it's showing again the tendency. And what's wild about this is your sister recognized those qualities and characteristics in this person, right? You're just becoming aware of it. You're just becoming online to it, right? What did they say when you brought it up to them? This isn't the first time. However, it might have been harder for you to see in the modality that you aren't energetically aware of it, right? That energetic tendency by which another person effectively, like I keep on hearing, builds builds into, right? And I keep on hearing it's click energy, right? It's the modality by which another person says you're either in or you're out, and I make it very clear to you you're out, but not in a way by which I articulate what's happening, but the ability by which another person says, why are you so energetically upset? When it's very clear that another person is constantly going into the context of broadcasting to others that they're quietly rejecting another person. It's not healthy. It's really painful to experience. And I'm sorry, I deeply, deeply feel sadness that you're working through that. But I need to point out, healthy energy doesn't do that. There's no clicks in healthy energy. There's no clicks in healthy energy. The modality by which we navigate things with a sense of proportionality and care is often the amplification of recognizing what it is that we're healing from versus what it is that we're moving away from. And I want to describe that the space by which you may be recognizing or identifying that there, right? The modality by which, and I keep on seeing, the space by which they said that they'd like to talk, you know, I feel like even in the space by which they energetically speak upon it, right? The modality by which they've clearly been speaking upon it to everybody, right? The modality by which they've been speaking about it to everybody. What else is there to energetically say, right? I think that one of the things that you have to recognize upon that is potentially, and I wouldn't be surprised, like I'm going to tell you right now what you can expect, right? I'm already going to tell you what the conversation is going to be. They're going to have a conversation with you, and they're going to try to say that you've changed. They're going to have a conversation with you, and they're going to say that you've changed. And everything that they articulate by which they say that you've changed is going to be the space by which they're going to articulate the fact that they don't feel like you're giving them enough energetic attention. But I keep on hearing, and this is something that's important, healthy relationships, healthy, mature friendships are not attention-based. They're healthy orbits, right? It's the modality by which we recognize, and this is how we maturate, right? When we are in an energetically healthy space, we understand that a friendship should not be the center of our energetic experience. It's the modality of being able to navigate the space of building healthy orbits is the modality by which we are able to have lives, like have our own lives, and be gifts in each other's experiences, right? So again, if somebody articulates when you have this conversation with them and they say, I feel energetically rejected because I feel like I don't even know you anymore, and I feel like we don't have those modalities by which I ever see you, then what you're basically experiencing is a maturation process by which you're building into the maturing relationships, by which you're building healthy orbits and healthy friendships that understand that we orbit each other in the best way possible, right? Not the context by which we build an energetic click that says you're either in or you're out. You're either in the space by which we do everything together or you're not. And that modality by which you even recognize that the space by which another person wanted to participate and you said eagerly, gladly, is showing the fact that you are doing that work that's healthy. But if they're coming into that rigidness by which they're trying to articulate the force of energetic control that they desire to have on things, I guarantee you the conversation that you'll have with them, right? And I just want to prepare you for it. It's going to be painful because they're going to articulate that you are to blame, right? They're going to articulate that you are to blame because you haven't been investing enough attention in trying to effectively energetically follow them, which I keep on seeing. The modality by which we effectively articulate and navigate is not one by which I keep on hearing friendships are not followers, they're companions, right? Friendships are not about following. It's about the space by which we effectively energetically appreciate and hold gratitude for the time that we're energetically able to share together. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Page of Cups in its reversal, right? if you've been energetically working, if you've been putting that work, right? If you've been putting that energetic work into things, right? If you have been, again, energetically investing yourself in doing something, right? Particularly and especially if the work that another person identifies in terms of you, like building into the space of taking care of yourself better or prioritizing or doing that work in terms of doing nothing but focusing on what you need to focus upon, let that be the confirmation, right? Because a lot of that space that I'm effectively identifying and recognizing here is the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, healthy, when we work into maturation, our friendships become supportive systems. They don't become life force. Healthy friendships are support systems, not life force energy. It's not the modality by which we say we demand upon them. It's the space by which we know we always find, we recognize that we have energetic lives, and the modality by which we recognize the shape of our friendships. Some friendships and good friendships are elastic. And why are good friendships elastic? Because even in the context by which something changes, we understand and we don't hold it against each other. But often, and this is what happens, fragile relationships often break as we maturate because it's the modality by which something changes. And if someone isn't changing at the same rate that we are, they hold it against us. So allow the context of a keep on seeing, trying to build into the space, and this is why having a confrontational moment at this time, it might be best not to energetically address it, because the moment by which another person creates a conflict fractures it indefinitely, right? Whereas the context by which they themselves might maturate at the time by which they recognize and identify the error of their ways could be the modality by which, again, if you see the writing on the wall, right? If you see the writing on the wall and you recognize and identify that that's what's happening, it's okay for you to say, like, it's okay for you to say you don't need to have that conversation, right? The modality by which you say, like, we're fine, I understand what's happening, right? Like, this is often why we say, like, that's, I keep wondering, like, that's the modality by which we effectively don't have to say to someone, we don't have to articulate what's on our mind, because often the only way another person can heal for that is the ability of them coming towards us and saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made you feel like that, it wasn't okay, right? And the modality by which another person comes into apology should be the sound that you should hear, particularly and especially if it feels like, I keep on hearing, someone was energetically not being fully open towards you, right? And even in the space by which they're effectively checking, in a way feels like validation, that they recognize, right? That they recognize or feel the fact that you can experience that, right? You get to decide what a healthy conversation is, right? Is what I keep on hearing. You don't have to be you don't have to be present for a conversation by which you feel like another person is going to articulate the reason that they're hurting you, right? Like, the reason by which another person is hurting you is by listing all of the ways that you've energetically failed them. Because I keep on hearing, we never fail each other in friendship. But often a codependent friendship will articulate the fact that you're failing in the space of being a friend. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I keep on hearing, pay attention if it feels like someone is trying to orchestrate a conflict, right? Pay attention if it feels like someone's trying to orchestrate a conflict. Thank you so much, dear. All right, let's continue right now. I know, did you hear all those birds? It was wild, but I feel like it was relevant to the reading. I know it's painful, right? But again, recognize or identify the space by which another person is trying to say, like, oh yeah, I had to talk to them. They were so upset and I don't know why, right? Recognize someone trying to orchestrate a conflict of being like, yeah, they just blew up on me. I can't even, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's that type of energy. And yes, Gabrielle, you're the final person on the list today. Gotcha, dear. And thank you, Estella, for the follow. Yeah, exactly. Sending you support, Ella. This is so surprising to me. I mean, but I need to point this out. Remember how you articulated that your sister said they've always been this way, right? You're just on the outside of it now, right? It's the modality by which you're seeing it, right? You're seeing it on the outside by which other people have experienced it. Yeah, that makes sense. Hold on a moment. That makes sense because I don't feel like articulating and having a conversation. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, it feels almost orchestrated. Hi, how are you doing today, Esteban? Because I want to describe the fact, right? If someone realizes that they already did something untowards to you, the ability of articulating and navigating the fact by saying, like, oh yeah, they were so angry and I didn't know the reason why, right? Like the innocuousness of them being able to do something in the context by which they recognized it, even in the space by which they were talking about something but recognizing that you were clearly in earshot, right? It's like somebody trying to build into the space of creating a fracture that allows the space by which they can articulate the fact that you were the one being upset, not them. Right? This is why I keep on hearing you don't need to walk into a conversation with someone who feels like they're trying to orchestrate a conflict with you, right? Like that is not something that that's not something that you have to navigate, right? And you can often be in the space of being like, we're good. I know, like we're fine. Like we're fine. I'm good. You and I are good. We are great. It's like that. Like I said, like like it's like knowing how the conversation is going to go, right? All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. The next person we're reading for today is Gabrielle. Gabrielle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading. And again, I would say, like, again, if your sister, talk to your sister about it, right? Because clearly, they've been seeing something there the whole time that you could not see. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, before we continue, we are going to, so just a reminder to anybody joining us today, we're going to get started on free one-card readings for members and super fans right now. If you are a super fan and you've been waiting for your reading, after this reading, we'll get started. If you'd like to become a super fan to receive a free reading, go ahead and become a super fan. Just hit the bottom of the screen. Your super fan status will make you eligible for a one card. And if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there will also entitle you to a free one card. And before we continue right now, I am going to take a moment to do the intuition check. So we've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I've got Gabrielle's question here. Can I have advice on how to stay strong and what will happen? I want to stay together. Yeah, I've got it. 3 cards, please. 4 cards, please, for Gabrielle. Oh, we got 3 here and 1 more, please. You know, it's interesting the way that you phrase the question, because you said, I want to stay together. And I'm assuming that we're speaking upon an energetic relationship. And the thing I keep on seeing, and this is the most important thing to recognize when it comes to a healthy relationship, is making sure that you and another individual have clear manifestation goals, is what I keep on seeing. And the ability to articulate upon our manifestation goals is a sign of maturation, right? The ability to it's not the space by which we wait for someone to figure out what they want. And because I want to just describe this, like, I feel like if you are in an energetic relationship with someone, but the modality by which I feel like the conversation that you need to have is what it feels like to be in, and I keep on hearing, the conversation that you need to have with another person is identifying the fact that you're seeking an enmeshed relationship, right? And an enmeshed relationship is effectively one by which we understand and recognize that we're prioritizing, that we're energetically prioritizing each other in relationality to the decisions that we're making. And we can utilize, and the hard part about it is that when somebody is not ready for an enmeshed relationship, right, they'll often articulate upon the fact that they seek partnership. But then we see all of the ways they fail to enmesh within one, right? And that identification point is having to sit down and have a conversation with someone and say, can you please explain to me what your ideal relationship would be? And there's a possibility that you may experience by which another person says, this is my ideal, right? The navigation point by which you may be recognizing that another person feels like they have an ideal relationship with you. But if that's the modality by which you feel that something is not ideal, a healthy relationship is not one by which we navigate within it, hoping that it will change. But we recognize if that change is something that the counterpart is simultaneously also eager and avid to move towards. Because what I keep on seeing between you and another individual is somebody being like, them being like, this is my perfect, right? Someone being like, this is everything I energetically dreamed it would be. This is absolutely perfection. And I see you going through a space of saying, this is a plateau. It's not an apex, right? This is a plateau. It's not an apex. This isn't where I aspire it to be. This is a modality by which we're navigating in terms of where it is that we're supposed to go. So recognize and identify if the energetic relationship has reached a plateau point. And what's hard about that is understanding the relationship can persist in that way. But in order to persist in that way, you can't feel the desire, right? You can't feel the desire of it changing. But the identification point of another that says this is exactly what I aspire to be. And here's the thing about it. It's okay to let go of relationships when they plateau, because if we recognize that another person hits a plateau point that they consider their apex, right? That is the modality by which we recognize that someone wasn't being authentic in relationality to the manifestation goal that they articulated that they desired to have with us. So this is what we talk about in relationality to the plateau space, which is the space by which another person says, and usually the hard part when a relationship plateaus is you have to effectively recognize that it's happening, right? And the space by which we say, I'm not energetically satisfied with this. This needs to change. And another person says, I don't know what you're talking about, right? The modality by which another person makes us feel that we're bringing problems where no problems exist is the sound of someone saying, recognize that this is my perfect. This is exactly what I aspire to be. This is everything I ever wanted in a relationship. Now, when we're in a healthy space, when we recognize that there is a variation in manifestation goals, right? The space by which another person, like, we're honest about it. We tell another person, like, this is my ideal for partnership. But when another person isn't being forthright to us, instead of being clear about the fact that they've recognized that it's our perfect, they'll identify and they'll say things like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you always bringing problems to the situation? Like, are you in the space? Like, why are you being so hysterical when everything is going just fine? While meanwhile, they're trying to preserve the fact that they found the perfect relationship, recognizing that they're in a relationship with someone that is going through physical pain, remaining in the space by which they hope to persist the relationship staying in. Healthy energy doesn't do that. And the hard part about it is often when somebody's in that modality, it's hard to tell if they're being oblique or intentional. If they're not meaning to do so, if they're simply not in the space by which they've energetically matured to help them recognize the fact that that's happening, or if they're intentionally doing so, one is solvable, one is reprehensible. One is solvable, one is reprehensible. And the way that we're able to determine between is by having the conversation. And the conversation is the conversation on the plan and the direction of the manifestation goal. Because the modality of saying to another person, I would like to take the relationship into a more invested level, is the ability of saying, are we on the same page in relationality to where this relationship is going? A healthy relationship will be somebody saying, yes, this is when I'll be ready. This is when I'll be willing and ready to make those energetic changes, right? The modality by which another person starts to feel the vibration by which they get angry or upset, or they articulate that you're pushing upon them, is the space by which another person is saying, I'm not ready for an enmeshed relationship. And the hard part about it is, regardless of whether it's oblique or intentional, the direction is still the same, right? Regardless of whether another person is not in the space by which they are ready to recognize the fact that they cannot navigate a mature relationship that naturally reaches an enmeshment point, right? Somebody who continues to prioritize things outside of partnership, who has too much of a fear of missing out in order to build into a healthy experience with another, or whether another person is intentionally trying to create the false illusion that they're moving towards something by which they're trying to maintain what feels healthy. The thing is, spirit doesn't care. It's the same thing to spirit. It's this modality by which the energy is the same. The way that we effectively work through it is by clarifying. It's building the clarification point. And here's the thing about it, you can maintain, right? You can maintain a relationship with someone, even in the context by which they might not have the same energetic aspiration. But it's the modality by which you're both in a space of being clear in terms of how you will proceed, right? Being able to say to someone, look, if this is the apex of this relationship, then this is what you can expect from me. That is the modality by which you're able to articulate and amplify the healthy energetic standards that you bring to a situation that allow you the possibility of being able to clarify upon not overgiving, right? Not overgiving your prioritization point to someone who has made it clear that they don't necessarily want to prioritize you in the same capacity. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, the understanding, right? I want you to recognize and understand. I think it's important by what you said, I want to be together. I want you to recognize if you're in a relationship with this person, you are energetically together, right? It's not enough to say, I want to be together. It's understanding the quality and condition by which one effectively feels like that. And if you're having a hard time discerning what that is exactly, it might be a good time to start writing down what those manifestation goals are. And when you're doing that work, I want you to build into a state of clarity. I don't want you to associate any person to it. I want you to grab a pen and paper and start writing down, this is what I'm doing with my divine counterpart. This is what our day-to-day feels like. This is what it feels like. This is what identifies as energetically the aspiration. And what's going to help with that is it's going to help clarify to you either what's energetically missing in relationality to the connection that you have with someone now versus where you aspire it to be, but also helping you build into the conversation that you need to have with another person in terms of navigating the energetic lack that you may be feeling in connection with them, to build the plan in terms of seeing if that is their version of perfect too. And recognizing and identifying, this is why we want to be very conscientious with each other. We never say, right, I want a relationship, because there's many different types of relationships. The ability of saying to another person, can you please be specific in relationality to what your ideal partnership is, helps us to discern and determine whether we're in energetic alignment in relationality to what we're aspiring and build towards in that partnership. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Gabrielle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and I know it's hard, right? I can see the modality by which you're afraid to have that energetic conversation with someone. But I keep on seeing that conversation will be a gift, because it'll either help you understand what another person is working to resolve, to heal with you, or helping you set the intention in terms of what you can expect, so that you can build that context and relationality to how you're moving forward, or what you're effectively giving them as it relates to a relationship. Thank you again so much for having that reading with me, Gabrielle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll have an additional card in your reading. And if you get on the list today, you'll be read for before the daily collective begins tomorrow. So you'll be able to have top priority in reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Maybe the other part of the question didn't go through. That was the part that I saw, dear. That's the situation. I'm trying to stand up for myself. Well, and this is the thing. We don't want to say against my partner, right? If it feels like you're standing up against them, then that is the vibration by which you're already recognizing that there's a fundamental issue between you and them, right? It should never feel like you have to stand up against your partner, right? You guys should feel like you're standing together or not at all. So even in the space by which you express that, helping them understand that that's how you feel. And thank you as well, Subdo. Kevin, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. We're about to get started on 1-card readings for superfans too, if you'd like to become a superfan. Jenna, thank you for the follow. If we cannot move together. I mean, and that's the hard part, right, Alan? Like, those modalities or experiences by which we recognize or navigate those manifestation goals. Conversation cleanses us in helping us understand what is achievable versus what it is that we're working to heal from. Yes, Rissy, very aware that Yeshua loves us. Okay, I need to point out, here's the thing. Yeshua never said anything about mediums. And in fact, Yeshua used a lot of divination practices in the Bible. I'd like you to refer back to what he did before he saved Mary Magdalene. Like, Yeshua was a diviner. He was constantly channeling. So I think that you might need to refer back to the book that you're speaking upon when you're speaking about Yeshua. I mean, I need to stress this too. When you talk about the credibility, the book itself is actually built upon 4 different perceptions of friends of Yeshua talking about their experiences of being in connection with them. So it's actually interesting because the book itself is a question of the credibility in relationality to the perception of the way we see things and how they are energetically perceived, right? The book itself creates a beautiful philosophical quandary in relationality to the perception of what we hold dear and how it is that we appear to one another, right? It's interesting too that you bring up the word credibility, because the book itself is a lesson in recognizing the value of the eyes by which we perceive things. I'm so glad that message connected to you, Gabrielle, and thank you for being here and receiving it. Thank you for sharing the live, Dr. Genuine. I need to point this out, and I have a very simple rule for staying in this space. Rissy, first of all, it's not polite to write in all caps, so I'd ask you maybe to turn the caps lock off. Second of all, you've made the intentional choice of anywhere you could be right now, you've chosen to be here. So there's obviously something here that you're receiving that feels like it's serving a need in you. I'm going to encourage you and say that you can stay and remain and be a part of these readings so long as you are not casting judgment on anyone in this space. My rules are very similar to Yeshua. You can stick around as long as you're nice. If you're not nice, you have to go. Thank you for respecting the space, and thank you for appreciating the teachings of Yeshua that were basically articulating that. Thank you for being here. All right, and thank you as well. I'm going to write down everything I want to say. I think that's a beautiful direction in doing so. And again, allow the comprehensive point of writing about the divine counterpart to help frame that conversation. And sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And we got to 50K. Thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. I hope this person can respect what I say. They need to. It's not hope. It's not hope. They should. And if they don't, then that is all you need to know in relationality to ending that energetic relationship, right? As long as your emotions have clear directions attached to them, it's not too much to communicate them. That is you being, again, safe, sane, rational. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Hi there. How you doing, strongest? Excellent. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you guys for being here and supporting each other in the comments. Yep, absolutely. I do my best. You guys are too. I do my best. We do our best for each other. All right. All right, we're going to continue. Hi, good to see you today, Ivana and Marcel. Thank you for the follow. All right, we got to our 50K milestone, so I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. I am thinking of a number right now between, 1 and 34. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, I saw it. Somebody already posted it. It was very fast. Yes. Congratulations, dear. You got the 50K. We'll do that again if we get to 100K. In the meantime, we're going to get started on free one-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a one card, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a superfan, your superfan status makes you eligible for one card readings. And if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership also entitles you to a free one card. If you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, please make sure that you're recharging your heart knees. All right. I got you, dear. One moment, please. And congratulations, Yaz. Ella, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is about making plans right now. Just go ahead and make some plans. I feel like there's like, let the plans be your guide. And what are these plans that you're worried about making here? Yeah, like I keep on hearing like, this is Tower card and it's reversal. You need to like expand. I feel like you need to expand your territory is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's saying to me, like, you have to like, it's like you have to let somebody know, like you have to tell, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing. I'm going on tour. You have to get better at articulating to others about where you're traveling. Is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the opportunity of articulating to another that you're going to be in an energetic area allows the possibility of new opportunities to open up. So I feel like you have to get better at talking to others about some of that energetic travel is what I keep on seeing. All right. Good vibes. One card, highest priority, please. It's bottom of the deck. It was the Tower card in its reversal. You know, we are there to help each other in the best way possible, right? And bottom of the deck, yeah, assistance, not bending over backwards. Healthy energy does not require us to contort, right? It's the energy that appreciates the effort, not the energy that requires us to bend over backwards. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that air dragon energy, right? Like being able to effectively give someone the gift of clarity and relationality to how you perceive something. Like I keep on hearing, your perception is a gift. Like for those who are willing to receive it. And if somebody does not recognize the gift of your clarity, like I feel bad for I feel bad for them. right? Like an unhealthy space, like I like to point this out. Unhealthy spaces will often move away from the best energy that they'll ever experience because they're not ready for the clarity that you bring towards situations. Julia, one card, highest and best, please, for Julia. Come on. There we go. I know you're going, like, a lot of I feel like I see you going through like a lot of emotional purging, right? And working through some kind of sadness. It's not going to feel like this all the time, right? It's not going to feel like this all the time, right? This is you're actively healing from an abandonment wound, right? And your modality, like, and here's the thing about it: when we recognize another like trying to trigger an abandonment wound in us, like, often we have to nurture ourselves even more. So make sure that you're communicating to others about how you feel in order to have those needs met. Okay? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the frog energy. You're not alone. We have all had that experience, right? It's hard because a lot of us don't talk about it. But the modality by which we effectively feel like we move towards things and we feel the energetic rejection of those who project things onto us, you are not alone in that experience. And Bridget, one card for next week. Ooh, I love it. Nonprofit volunteering. One card, please. Queen of Swords in its reversal. I actually feel like this is helping you find some kind of soul family here, is what I'm getting, right? I think it's interesting too, because again, like this, remember I said you're navigating through that feeling and you're embodying the force of change that you hope to see. Like, this is the sound of you stepping out of your comfort zone. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the air dragon, right? Like, a lot, like it's saying to me, like, seek and you shall find. Like, a lot of that work by which you're effectively doing something to help move frustration into action, continue to do that. Kath, one card, highest priority, please. Oh, yep, thank you. The Page of Pentacles in its reversal. If somebody refuses to see, like, I feel like you've been trying to help someone profoundly, right? Like, if in the modality by which another person can't accept help because they don't feel like it's their idea, there's no help for them, right? I keep on hearing this, right? Yeah, if somebody can't accept help because it's not their idea, they always feel like it's an energetic challenge point. Like, that is literally the sound of someone floundering in energetic leadership, right? The modality by which we come into the space of being able to appreciate, right? I keep on hearing, many hands make the work easier. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the blackbird energy, right? I feel like it's almost like the space by which another person says you're the only one saying something, being like, I'm speaking, speaking for, I'm the only one trying to tell you what everybody is thinking, is what I keep on hearing. Oh, sigh. Thank you so much, dear. One moment, please. And Grace, one card for Grace, please. Woo! Oh, that's not one. Look, you got a lot of demands on your energy right now. Okay, it's okay. Healthy energy is identifying what your limits are, right? Healthy energy is not going to insist. Healthy energy is going to understand that this is you doing the best that you can. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the best that you can, right? The best that you can in healthy partnership. I feel like you're going through a lot of that work, and I keep on hearing your ability of articulating what could be better, right, is what helps you understand the connections that feel like they're truly supportive to you versus the energy that you're actively working to heal from. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the sow energy, right? You are not the glue in another person's energetic experience. Like, especially, I don't know why, I feel like there's some kind of friendship that feels like it's being frayed because you're not there, but you are not, I keep hearing, you're not the glue, right? You should not be required to be there in order for another energy to be able to maintain an energetic relationship, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like we don't put each other in that type of situation or experience. Yep. Thank you as well. Good vibes. Absolutely. That was spot on. Thank you, Ella, for receiving these messages. One moment, please. Just reading forward. You're welcome, Yaz. Ivana, one card, please, on what is the next steps to deepen my connection with my highest. One card. Come on. Oh, my God. So persistent. I feel like this is you building into healthy practices. You know? Like I see you kind of building into a daily routine that feels like it energetically sustains and supports you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, remember I said like the same time every day, right? Like being like, it's not just enough to do it every day, but the same time every day, especially when you're trying to connect to the higher self. I'm going to be here at this time every day. Yeah, especially with the wolf energy. This is where you can find me. You can find me every day at the same time. You know where to find me. Sometimes it'll be easy. Sometimes there won't be anything there, but it's the ability of being able to energetically show up that allows the context of being able to like, I am receiving now. I'm receiving. Right? I'm here, loud and clear, is what I keep on hearing. One card for Per, highest priority, please. Per, why haven't you reached out to me? Why haven't you reached out to me on what I said to you? Why haven't you reached out to me? In relationality, and it's funny too, because it's a continuation on your pet reading. Remember when I said reach out to me because I have some clarification for you? Okay. It's funny because it's a pet articulating, going, I couldn't have been clearer in relationality to trying to express something to animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the especially with the blank energy. It's working through, it feels like there's something that one of the guides is trying to articulate, that you're misunderstanding something that the pet is doing, is what I keep on hearing. The modality by which the energy, it's like somebody who wants to clear the air between you and them in relationality to something that you're misperceiving. At Ava, one card message from Divine Counterpart, please. Okay. It's not a happy time for them. I see somebody working through there's a lot of sadness here. Yeah, it's not forever, but I feel like I see somebody trying to help someone through something, is what I keep on seeing. And it feels very much like this is what I mean. This is a very giving energy. This is the drop everything energy for someone that needs them. It's not about them. It's never about them, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. This is the air dragon energy. Like a lot of that air dragon is working into the context of, and I feel like too, you know, I feel like it's interesting. I feel like they feel like they're in energetic connection to you. And you're both, I feel like you're both working in terms of trying to heal. I feel like you're trying to do that work to heal by like internalizing or working into the space of building into a sense of energetic stability. They're giving forth more, is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's a lot of that. I feel like I see this energy that is like very much in the space by which they're trying to be the active force of change in the world as it relates to making something better for another person. is what I keep on seeing. And I think in a way they're saying like you're both working in the same way, but you're doing it internally, they're doing it externally. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Ace of Swords. I feel like somebody's going through a deep maturation process right now. Like a deep maturation process. And the problem with a maturation process is you see things that you couldn't see before. You know? Yeah, especially with the devil energy. Like I keep on getting somebody who's replaying conversations and being like, I took the wrong message from that conversation, right? Like the modality of somebody trying to articulate the fact that they were trying to help them, but seeing somebody saying like, why are you trying to hurt me? And being like, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to tell you something important is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. You know, I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's like trying to work through the space of understanding and recognizing like what it means, like what it feels and means to be supported. And when we come from a trauma environment, like support, it feels weird to be supported. Is what I keep wondering. Like when we come from a trauma environment, being like, why do you want to support me? Like somebody's like constantly going through that space of like supporting me sounds sus, right? Like somebody who's like trying to understand that there is a force of good in this world that doesn't ask for things, just wants to give forth, is what I keep on hearing. Alexandra, one card, please. Divine counterpart. Oh, man. You know, here's the thing about it. Like, this energy is like cynical, you know? Like there is a like this is a type of energy that like, you know, I feel like they're very much like I see somebody who's very much in the context by which they don't put their faith in other people. Like they show up because they know, right? Like they know, like they don't do something because they often feel like they're going against the crowd, because I keep on hearing this energy that's like that feels like being I keep wondering, being good is not just doing what everybody does. It's knowing, like I keep on hearing, like it's knowing, yeah, it's like it's knowing what the right thing to do what is to do is, you know? And I feel like that's a lot of that energy that like very secure in themselves, right? Keep on, yeah, the air dragon. I keep on hearing I keep on hearing that line from Rick and Morty where like Rick says, he's like, your boos don't bother me. I've seen what you cheer for. Your boos don't bother me. I've seen what you cheer for. Is all I keep on hearing. Simp, one card. What is in store if I go to work today? I mean, they're going to ask you to do something. They're going to ask if you're available for something, is what I keep on seeing. They're looking for volunteers, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with this like seven, especially with this Seven of Pentacles in relationality to like needing extra hands right now, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's like, you know, it feels a lot like yeah, but I think that like it feels a lot like you know, like I don't know why it says to me like somebody articulating upon something by which like there's like I keep on seeing like something unprecedented but needing energetic support, is what I keep on hearing. Gabrielle, one card on the energy of how my week will go after this conversation. I mean, the Lover's card in its reversal isn't necessarily a negative. It helps us build into the reality of what's energetically happening, right? And the modality of building into the space of clarity, like I keep on hearing, clarity helps us build into healthy direction. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially in relationality to like being able to articulate to another and saying like, look, like if if we're not on the same page in terms of what we want, I keep wondering, it doesn't necessarily require an ending, but it does require a change, right? And I feel like it's the space by which you have a progressive conversation in terms of what that change needs to be, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the owl energy, right? Right, the ability to articulate to another. I keep on hearing like the space of having a mature conversation about the nature of a relationship effectively articulates whether another person is in the space by which they're ready to navigate, right? We need to be mature in our relationships, and mature individuals can talk about relationship, right? They don't identify the fact that another person is like not giving it a rest, right? Or articulating. I keep wondering, a childish energy will say, give it a rest. I don't want to talk about it. Why do you keep on bringing it up? Like, that is literally the sound of a childish energy, because it's the energy that says, I'm trying to avoid it, right? We don't avoid important conversations. Yep. What are we going to do? I'm going to let them know. Absolutely, Ella. Spot on. You're welcome, dear. Oh my goodness. I hope it goes well, dear. I absolutely hope it goes well. And if there's any way to offer support, make sure that you post it as well in the mutual aid effort section of the disco too, please. Okay. Estevan, one card on highest priority message, please. I feel like this is you. I feel like this is you building into a healthy soul family. And I think a lot of that work is you being able to identify and recognize like something about you sharing about doing something that you energetically care about, and seeing others that feel that same invested effort. Yeah, the world energy. It's like we can't, I don't know. I feel like you saying to somebody, like, I don't know how to tell you should care about things. You just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to, like, often that modality is saying is like, I don't feel like I need to tell you that you should care about things. Like, the observation of recognizing whether someone does speaks volumes in terms of the quality of their person is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, the fire dragon. I would not be surprised if you feel like some of your relationships being tested right now in relationality to energy. Like, I keep on hearing somebody be like, like, almost like I keep on hearing like others who navigate from a point of their fear instead of their intention, right? Like, don't let it infuriate you, let it focus you, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, the frog came out almost every time. You're welcome, Julia. Absolutely. Sending you support on that journey, Ella. You're welcome, Kath. Rainbow, good to see you, dear. One card on what I can do to help open up opportunities for abundance. Okay, short term and beyond. I feel like there's something about understanding the base space of what you need in order to energetically persist, right? Like, just focusing and fixating upon that number is what I keep on seeing. Like, figure out like what that is that's going to help you arrive to it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 9 of Wands right now in its upright, right? Like, I keep on seeing build from the foundation of the baseline, which is saying this is what I energetically need, and then everything else is something that goes towards something in the long term. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blank energy here, right? Not getting upset about the past, just focusing on the present, what needs to change or build. I keep on hearing like being more energetically rigid upon things in terms of what you're putting like towards it is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on hearing even like potentially like building like demarcation points in relationality to saying like, this is where this goes, this is where that goes. If you don't miss something that you can't see is what I keep on hearing in relationality to being able to see something that goes directly towards something is what I keep on getting. Melissa, hold on a minute. One moment, please. It's okay, it's funny that the reading felt like a reminder. You're welcome, Ivana. One moment, just reading over. Okay, and thank you for recharging those heart knees, Rainbow. I appreciate you. I think mine was missed. One card on, ooh, tattoo. You know, it's interesting because it feels like an ancestral tattoo, right? It feels like connecting to your roots, you know? Like it's saying to me, like it's a lot of the work, like tall trees, deep roots. Like the more that we're able to understand the like our energetic connection, like the higher we reach forth, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like it feels like something deeply energetically personal as it relates to building into healthy relationship, right? The modality of being able to kind of build into a space by which like the deeper we go, the higher we grow, right? The deeper we go, the higher we grow. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the owl energy, right? Like the deeper we go, the higher we grow, which is the modality of being able to navigate intensity, but also allowing for the exaltation of the self in the process. Oh, it's so beautiful. I can't wait to see it. Please post it in the disco when you get it. So cool. Take a picture of it from the ground up. Not going to interrupt lunchtime for them. Minnie, one card highest priority on the week ahead, please. One card, please. I don't know, like, what is it? Like, I don't know, like, don't let them get you down, man. Don't let them, don't let them get you down. And I think that bottom of the deck, you know, like, you know, it's giving me like, I feel like I need to stress this. There's nothing more toxic than someone who feels like another person requires saving. Do you know the ego trip that you have to be in the space by which you say like the space by which another person feels like they need to energetically save another person? We save ourselves for one another. And I feel like the modality by which another person tries to articulate or amplify, right, the space by which, like, I feel like I see them being like, are you okay? Being like, are you okay? Like, you know, like, yeah, it's like, again, blank, like, it's almost a little bit of like, get my name out of your mouth is what I keep on hearing. You know, like, why don't, if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who's minding your business? Minnie, what, and thank you so much, dear. You're so welcome, Ivana. Purr. Yep. Just do it. Picture of me. Oh, that's incredible, Bridget. I agree. Thank you, Purr. Yep. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ava. Joseph, these are one card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Also, we offer these for those who become paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. Yeah, the support can be shocking. You're welcome, Chrissy. Gladys, we are doing one card readings for super fans right now. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Nikki, you've got 2 cards coming through because you were the second highest gifter. Highest priority, please. Like, just like, I know that this feels awful, right? But understanding that the space of healthy friendship support partnership, right? Healthy relationships support our choices, right? And it's a modality by which we build into the context of saying, what can I do? Like, what can I do to support you right now? Right? And again, kind of circumventing, if somebody's concerned, being like, this is how you're, I understand it's coming from a place of care. Right? If this is how you care, right? And this, if you care, this is what you can do, right? If this is care that I'm receiving, then this is where you can put the care that would actually feel like care to me, right? So the ability of saying, like, the identification point of another person saying, I'm worried, and being like, well, here's how we can fortify as to whether you're just giving me worry or whether you actually care. This is how I could receive that care that would actually feel like it's helpful to me. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blank energy, right? Giving someone the benefit of the doubt by articulating to them what they could do and saying, like, I understand that you might not intend to create that sense of anxiety, but here, if you wanted to alleviate that, this is what you could do that would feel like support to me, right? And Brylan, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Simp. Lisa, how to expand my practice towards adding clients. Going where you are not, going in places that you haven't been before, right? New locations, right? Introducing yourself in new opportunities. Bottom of the deck, stepping outside of your comfort zone, right? And I feel like there's something about that as well. Animal spirit guide, right? Recognizing if you're in a space that feels like it's energetically oversaturated is you having to effectively teach, like potentially go into space of helping others understand something that they haven't experienced before. And Brylan, Felicia, these are 1-card readings for superfans. If you'd like to become a superfan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You just need to hit that superfan button at the bottom of the screen. I usually don't like cynical, but I feel like you're going to like this one. Because I feel like it's not the energy that feels cynical. I feel like it's somebody who feels often that there aren't a lot of good people in this world. I feel like you're going to prove to them that that's not the case. I don't want to describe it as cynical. Like it feels like it feels more like somebody who does not, it feels more like iconoclastic energy, to be honest. Yeah, it's a big number, alas. Absolutely. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Excellent. I was doing a tarot readings. Oh, I know, at the butchery store. 15-minute readings for small groups. That's so great. Guys, make sure to give Rainbow some love as well. Also does readings and astrology too. Absolutely. 1 card on why does C feel the need to quietly reject me? I don't know why, but I feel like there's something about this energy that feels like I see some kind of energy that's working into, right? I would be very intrigued about like the level or degree of intensity by which another person hopes that a friendship goes. You know, like, and I keep on getting, like, the message I keep on seeing here in relationality to this is we don't put partnership obligations on friendships, right? Which is not the modality by which we talk. I keep on hearing, like, we don't talk about friendships in the space of loyalty or in the space of priority. And often somebody who articulates that is looking for a relationship that feels like it replicates an intimate partnership, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, the 9, like the 9 of wands, and it's upright, right? Like it's not like, and this is what happens, like when we're younger, right? And we understand this, when we're younger, we have relationships like this, you know, like we have those, like, you know what I mean? Like, because when we're young, right, we've got these relationships by which is like everything must be done together. But when we reach into the maturation point, we understand the beauty of, again, right, interconnected relationship, which is the space by which we don't prioritize, but we understand that we move together in different orbits. So I see kind of a modality by which when another person starts to navigate the healthy orbit with this person, they push them away because they see it as an energetic violation in terms of another person rejecting them, failing to recognize that they're rejecting others in the process by which they're working to mature. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the frog energy, right? Like the modality, and that's what I said, like, your validation for this is if they try to have a conversation with you about why they feel like you're failing them as a friend. We can never fail each other as friends, right? Because when we're building into, like, when we articulate the fact that we identify friendships aren't built on obligation, they're built on energetic supportive systems, is what I keep on hearing. You're welcome, dear. Thank you so much, Nikki, for receiving this message. All right, my friends, final call to anybody over on the place where we keep the videos or on the Clock app who has not had a 1-card reading yet. Just a reminder, we'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time. 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be added to the list tomorrow, anyone who gets on the list today will be the first person read for before the Daily Collective tomorrow. So if you would like to secure an early spot on the list, please get on the list today, not tomorrow. If you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a very special coupon code in the perks section that will give you a discount to the Tarot class subscription program that effectively, and our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the court cards of the Sword Suite. If you would like to sign up today, you'll be able to catch up some of those classes that you may have missed. And if you are interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned for August, this is the final week to sign up. Message me the word trip. If you're not a subscriber who would still like a coupon code to the class program, just message me the word class from this live, and I'll also be able to send you a unique coupon that's only available in this live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and having sharing in these readings with us. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, K. Megan, for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.